Alright then. So, we're a little bit off timing because I had hard set an idea in my head before, and turns out the release window's not gonna land until very late today. So that's not really an option. That's not gonna work. So we're playing Dawn of Mana instead. Now, I have no experience personally with Dawn of Mana. I have played many of the Mana games, but I have not played this one. That's part of why I'm doing this, because I haven't seen it. So I figure, why not give a different one a spin? I'm gonna give it a quick reboot here, because I believe the intro probably isn't gonna run unless I reboot it. So I'll just quickly give that a kick. No one panic at the sudden darkness, everything is fine. And we'll just let all these intro bits play. As you know, of course it's part of the world of Mana because of the fact that all the Mana games are connected. The audio balancing should be okay, but if anything's out of whack, as usual, you know, we'll have to figure that out as we go. Because I decided on this like 5 minutes ago.
The world was still flat, back before humans knew of magic. In the very center of the ocean floated a tiny yet beautiful island. Its name was Elusia. In those
Oh no,
days,
it was the moon.
on the continent of Fadiel, 5 great countries flourished. Jad, land of sand. Topol, land of water. Wendel, land of green. Ish, land of fire. And Lorimar, land of ice. All in Fadiel believed the isle was holy, protected by a guardian beast. No one dared to set foot there. On the island, there stood one indescribably enormous tree. The tree had been there before the world began. In fact, it was said to be the mother of every living thing in the world. But in those
Suddenly
days,
3D.
an ancient curse had gradually turned the tree to stone. For a long time, it remained asleep, seeming to some as if it were dead. Now then, I suppose I should tell you the story of how it all began. Of how a certain young man came to possess a sacred sword, and how a certain young maiden became a goddess of mana. It's a winding tale of hope and despair, connecting the worlds of humans and of my fellow spirits.
Ritzia's worried.
Oh, you're going to need a leash, Buju. Hey, remember Kelby?
Now this just rolls through a whole lot of random things that are gonna happen, presumably, as we go.
Ritzia, how?
And it just seems very odd that they would just dump a bunch of scenes of the future here in front of you.
Forward, march!
We're counting on you.
You may commence firing.
I won't let you! The Guardian Beast? What now?
This ends now!
I mean, Keldrick is dead.
Well, rip him, I guess. Anyway, that's what they start us off with. Also, apparently it took a really long time to load the exact same scene it was on a second ago, even though that had loaded instantly a second before, you know. Oh, there is actually a description of the difficulty. Normal is a good place to start for most people. Okay. We'll do that then. And I'll actually let these scenes play instead of skipping them when I was testing this minutes before. So I'm not kidding when I said I literally tested this like minutes before we started today.
Still flat. You can't make up stuff like that just to spice up a story. What if all the little kids out there take it as fact?
Watch that mouth. You're hardly as scholar yourself, Hot Pants, you know. Half-grown spirits like you should listen more and talk less.
Not all of us are as old as dirt, you know. And I'm not the one telling fairy tales acting like I was there the
You
whole
two
time.
fools are at it again. Let's save your little grudge match for later.
Of course, Shade has this fake vampire voice.
And it isn't fisticuffs. We need to go over certain events and make sure we've got them right.
Correct you are. Tonight is a super exclusive spirit conference. We must discuss the link between us spirits and humanity.
The origin of the mana tree.
Not the voice I expected for Wisp, though. That's unexpected.
Fighting won't solve anything, no.
Ah, you're right. Sorry. I ought to stay grounded and not lose my head.
The night is brief, and I've got more sinister things to do.
Listen up, my fiery friend. You can extinguish that temper, because you know we have a lot to do.
Okay. Go ahead. Go on with your story.
Is he gonna loop
On
back
the
to the...
sacred island of
Okay,
Adosa
good.
stood a small and solitary village.
I was worried it was gonna replay the same exact plot it was rolling off a minute ago.
There dwelt what were known as the Tree Folk. They lived in peace, blessed by the beauty and bounty of nature. Little did they know, their peaceful days would soon come to an abrupt end.
As they do. You know, usually anything that's peaceful somehow gets destroyed in these stories. Is somebody mean finds it and destroys everything. Or it just blows itself up somehow because somebody toys with something they shouldn't. Or both. Both are an option. Well, I guess we'll find out which one it is here soon. Got a rabbite bouncing around. Oh, I guess that's what Buju is, huh? You know what? This is starting to make sense.
Wait up!
How is something that's bouncing around with no legs outrunning you?
Kelby? Can you bring him back?
He's a few feet away. All that stretching just to be that slow, huh? Let me guess. Our protagonist, everyone. Prologue. More than friends. Well, that's a bit of a jump now, isn't it? Ah, a stick, that'll help. If you're so quick to grab a stick, maybe you should have, I don't know, had something to defend yourself with to begin with? I don't know. Objects like boulders and barrels commonly found in your travels will be quite useful. You can push these objects by pressing L1 to block. Now, what they don't tell you is you should actually follow that up by pressing square to actually launch them, is that'll make the enemies panic. Now, they'll tell you about that here, but they could have just told you all of that at once, is more the thing with that one. When objects hit or fall near enemies, they will become startled and panic. Hurling objects at enemies will also send them into a panic. Because what do you know, having an object that's bigger than you thrown at you at high speeds might throw you off a little bit. Crazy concept, that. Now, the fun thing about panicking enemies is they drop these tokens, as the game is going to explain now. Some enemies will drop medals if they're attacked while they're panicking. Green medals are for attack. The vine on the bottom left of the screen shows your current attack power. Yes, the vine we very clearly can see right now. Yes, the one that's there. Yes. Red medals are for health. That HP bar on the bottom left of the screen indicates your current and maximum hit points. The effects of medals last until the end of the chapter. So you can see why I want them, because we get more attack. Even if it's only for the chapter, it'll still make our life a little simpler, most likely. You'll find it easier to attack foes when they panic. Crazy that. To attack, press square repeatedly, like we've been doing. Like, the tutorialization in this does not seem to be particularly well paced. Based on my little bit of testing, that also held true, but I was like, okay, maybe I'm just being too harsh because I'm in a hurry. Now, you would think we'd just catch the rabbit right now, while it's just hanging out at our feet, watching us beat the hell out of mushrooms, but for some reason, our hero here is too stupid to pick up a small rabbit. In the upper right corner of the screen is your radar map. The flashing yellow dot indicates your goal. Red dots are foes, white dots are allies, and blue dots are objects or foes that will yield items. If you lose your way, press start to view the map of your current location.
Hey, wait!
There he goes again. Hey there, Zin. Don't mind me chasing a tiny rabbit around because I have to. I skipped that bit of tutorial, but it doesn't matter. There we go, just clear all that out. No, Boulder, go that way. No, no, that way.
Catch him right away.
Well, we'd catch him a lot faster if you'd actually help. That's the plan. As soon as this boulder will go the correct direction. Ah, it didn't panic him. The idea was to catch him with that boulder as it rolled through, but I guess it was either going too slow or he was too busy being harassed by a small rabbit to care about a boulder. One of the two.
Aw, come on. Get back here, will you?
If you just actually ran with a purpose, we probably would have caught this rabbit already. But no, you got this, like, half-ass run here. Yep, now we got birds. Thankfully, we have a double jump, so they're really not an issue. Who has struck me? Who, where, what? It's very convenient that one smack knocks a bird right out of the air like that. Yet more enemies are spawning all around. Whenever you defeat a panicked enemy, other enemies marked by red dots on the radar may also drop items. The higher the panic level, the more likely a foe is to drop items when you defeat him. Convenient. Scare the hell out of them, and then prizes. Where'd the bird go? He was just here a second ago. There he is. Go, my barrels. Okay, I guess since he's flying, it's hard to panic him with a moving object. And I don't know why the lock-on's not locking onto him, but you know what? It'll be fine. I've played many a combat game without lock-on before. I can make it work. Ooh, I have a great idea.
Please help, Kelby.
Fine. Just chuck that mushroom across the field. Oh, nice. Half health restore.
Kelby, Boozer's not over there.
I don't care where your stupid rabbit is right now. I'm getting things. Okay, these carts are also in the worst position to do what I was intending to. The idea was gonna be I was gonna chuck the carts down the road at things, but unfortunately they're on the wrong side of the river. So that's not gonna work. As much as I would love to do something like that. Wait. Wait. Concept.
Please help, Caldy.
Oh, help where? For one, because I really don't see any problems. Oh, you're just standing in the middle of a field, losing your mind. Okay, you know what? You just keep doing that. I'm sure you're okay. That guy's just over there panicking.
Boozer's not over there.
I swear, child, I'm going to smash your head in with this stick if you just keep telling me the same thing over and over again. There we go. Spread the panic. Watch them all flee before me. Yes, yes, there's the rabbit. Now they tell you how to jump. His little bastard jumps up here. Which is where we just were, I might add. We clearly could just head the rabbit off at the pass and solve this entire situation. But the plot demands I continue to chase this rabbit ad infinitum. There we go.
Hey, don't you ignore me.
For some reason, this keeps running over to frolic with each of these mush booms before I murder them. I don't know if it wants me to kill them or if it's just hanging out with them and then has to go find a new friend every time I get rid of one. You know, it's a real shame if I just do this while you're standing on that. Hey, ABC. There we go. Because why not? You can perform a somersault by pressing X while you're blocking. Okay, so that's our dodge move. That's not really much of a somersault. Well, the plot won't progress unless we get rid of some of them, so pacifism is the path of uselessness in this situation. Because this stupid rabbit that we're chasing keeps stopping for the enemies, so I have to get rid of them for the plot to move forward. Yeah, pretty much. Besides, they drop money. Of course I'm going to kill that which drops me money. I mean, I didn't exactly have a choice as far as that line of thought goes. Next, you'll say that you predicted how I walk down a straight hallway. So at that point, I would probably just walk in a circle in the middle of the hallway just to spite you. It's almost like you're the one that's really predictable here, ABC. I mean, this is true. That last statement is, in fact, truth, yes. Now, it's up to you to figure out whether I'm actually reading your mind or it's just that easy. Magicians never reveal their secrets, and neither do dragons. Nah. There's no fun in that. Besides, you're already making a mistake assuming it's a specific spell.
Caldy, Boozer's not over there.
I don't care where Buju is, game. That doesn't mean we don't share some of the same ideas, ABC. Sometimes humans can, in fact, actually have good ideas, as shocking a concept as that may be. and sharing your secrets is definitely a bad idea. Striking enemies when they panic can cause them to drop items. You told me that already, game. Keep up the pressure and see how many consecutive hits you can get. Remember that if you take damage or stop dealing damage for a time, then your hit counter will revert to 0. Okay, so standard combo rules. Of course, you know, I need targets in order to build my combo game. You can't just throw like 2 dudes at me and expect me to make a combo out of that much. I think they tried to ambush me, but missed the fact that I ambushed them in their ambush, and then no one knew what was happening anymore. Nothing is ever meant to make sense, but everything always makes sense. If you just don't think about it, everything makes perfect sense.
Oh, come on. Get back here, will you?
I did just knock a tower down with a stick, didn't I? Huh. Somebody really should have made a better tower than that. I mean, that is something I would totally do, actually. I have done that before in a game that allows you to do so. Just keep it juggled for eternity until I got bored doing it. No, the bridge. It's almost like I can walk in the ankle-deep water. Oh no. Same thing counts in games that let you just keep hitting something even after it's dead. I've definitely juggled a corpse for a bit of a combo. Let's just say a bit, rather than counting the actual amounts. I don't know what exploded, but you know what? I'm here for it. Let's just go ahead and knock this down, even though it's gonna land on my head. There we go. Just cause some major panic by dropping a building on their head. Much better. This is why they can't teach me that I can do things like this and expect not to have goofy nonsense occur immediately. Ah, that did work to knock the bird out of the air with a shockwave. Excellent. Now, I don't know why this one panicked with the boulder rolling under it. I feel like that's just it being very panicky. And you know what? I can take that. That's fine. Goofy little rabbit, where are you going? Why are you running? Anyway, give me this. I'll be back to you in a second. Why are you running? Oh. If it's because you think I'm gonna smack you with this stick I'm holding, good news, you're right.
Okay, that's enough for now. Let's get you back to Ritzia.
The best way to make something stop running away is to clobber it very heartily so that it stops knowing how running works. Oh, I see. Okay. So we got an S rank for taking only 103 damage, so they really expected me to take a lot of damage in there. Which is funny considering most of the damage I took, I think, was from dropping buildings on my own head. We could have gotten more crowns, because I'm guessing the crown is from maxing out the panic meter on things, based on the fact that it happened when we dropped buildings on them. Our chain sucked because there was just nothing to chain off of unless I sat there and gathered a ton of enemies slowly. But knowing that metals turn into lucre, we're definitely gonna make sure to do that as if we weren't already, because it gives us health and attack. I got a rabbit.
That's better.
Thank you, Keldy.
Oh, you're going to need a leash, Buju.
Where would you put a leash on an orb rabbit? Where exactly are you going to attach that? We're apparently at the land of Blurry Lens.
That's right.
Oh, okay, they remember something here.
When we were little, you carved our initials here with your pocket knife.
Ah, vandalism. Understood.
No. Did I?
Well, they're there,
We
so...
shouldn't hurt trees like that, you know.
There you go.
Because whenever we hurt any living thing, we also end up hurting ourselves.
Well,
Yeah, I know that.
if that were true, all the brawling I just did should have killed me. But maybe it will later. Oh no, something else that walks. With very heavy feet, probably... Yep. Hey, what do you know? Evil military. That's timing, isn't it? Get a load of that thing. You know, you had me up until it had a throne on top of it. It's suddenly very impractical.
Where are they going?
That way. Down the road. Presumably toward the village.
Village!
Yep. What do you know? It's almost like there was only one place for them to be going in the middle of a forest.
When the two of them rushed back to Sanctuary, they found the village full of Golem soldiers from the Lorimarian army.
Lorimarian, okay.
The king of Lorimar himself came riding in.
Oh, so from the
captured
Ice
all
Nation
the
that was
free
mentioned.
folk,
Okay.
And then herded them in to a few houses.
Keldric and Ritzia went to awaken the sacred beast that guarded Elucia and now slumbered beneath the great tree.
You would think something
But
like
the
that would
Golem
have a
soldiers were
sense
one
of that
step ahead
happening.
of them. They seem to be looking for something there.
The pair sneaked past the soldiers and entered the depths of the great tree.
Oh good, no
hoping
forced
to
stealth
find
thing.
the sacred beast before the Lorimarians did.
Ah, there we go, save the game. I was wondering for a second there... What? Oh good, the memory card's broken again. Hang on. Let's just try a different one that says got no space either. I'm just gonna try all of the ones I have ready to go. There we go, yeah, go ahead and format that, because there probably was nothing on that one anyway. There we go. Fixed it. Sometimes you just gotta jam a couple memory cards in, one of them will let you do it. Chapter 1, A Spirit and a Maiden. Whoosh. That's a long goddamn hallway. Yep, still going down the hallway. Oh, I guess we're here. At the opposite end of said long hallway.
The sacred beast should be just past here.
I'm glad you know where
Word
you're
has
going.
it that the feather you wear came from the guardian beast itself. Maybe it could give us a clue.
We could certainly do with a clue right about now.
You ought to know. You're the one who gave it to me when we were kids.
That depends on whether she found it or if she pulled it from the guardian beast.
These slabs look like they could collapse at any minute.
Well, let's make them collapse then, shall we? That probably will be our path forward. Oh, god damn it, game. I tried to jump and it popped up a tutorial message the second I tried to jump, so it ate the other tutorial message. But it's fine. It was just telling me how to air attack, which we already figured out. Oh, this camera is gonna be a nightmare. Is it? In case you weren't aware, when the camera just moved then, I didn't do that. It automatically moves sometimes. And in other times, it expects me to manually move it. And I'm trying to figure out what the determining factor between the two is. Right now, it feels like they're just deciding. Oh, these are apparently treasure blocks. Okay, sure. Oof. That bounced further than I thought. Yeah, I'm not supposed to knock the door down. I didn't figure. Like, obviously, there's something over here that she wants me to do. Ah. Oh, that's meant to be an arrow. Okay. It did have a pointy bit on the bottom, but I thought that was just weird stylization. And I'm not gonna lie to you.
Hey, Keldy. What do you think they're looking for?
Probably the same thing we are, the beast that protects the island. But to the invaders from the Lorimarian army, it's just another obstacle.
They must be planning to kill it then.
My health rating for this one's not gonna be great, judging from what I've done to myself so far.
I think we might be able to startle them if we drop something down on them.
Oh, you mean like this giant boulder that I've pushed down upon their souls here? That seems like a good idea. Look, the waves of panic just go amongst them as they all die. I also appreciate the fact you can throw them at each other. The reach on this stick is taking some getting used to, though. It definitely looked like it should have hit there, but it was just like a tiny little hair short. Get rid of the evidence. There we go. Now no one can say I pushed a boulder down into an innocent village, because there's no boulder and there's no village. Do 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 do. Nothing bad happened. Ah, full heal. Neat. Now look at you actually knowing how to guard with your ears. Why can't your rabbit do this, lady? Why can't your rabbit be useful like these rabbites? I thought the rabbit was gonna be nearby, which is why I dropped the pillar. Turns out it ran all the way over there. Got it. Found it. Anyway, that little diversion dealt with. Now we go this way. All right. That doesn't sound good. That almost sounds like they're shooting cannons at the building.
Be careful, Ritzia.
Oh, I know.
And you continue to not be careful in the slightest. Honestly relatable. Oh, you're up here. How? Oh, that explains why the other thing fell, I guess. I'm not even gonna deal with those guys down there. I'm just scaring the hell out of them with random objects because they're clearly set up to be pushed down on them. And remember, we're the good guy. It would be nice if our pushing was a little more consistent, but I think that might just be I'm not locking on before using it, so it's not lining up nicely. Oh, that's a goblin in this universe. Okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah, they did always look a little weird in the mana games. I'm just not used to seeing them in 3D.
Easy to get lost in here.
Is it?
Too bad we don't get to choose where the beast lives, huh, Keldy?
Not yet. Someday we will be in charge. I gotta love how they jumped at me and then got startled by the pillar I knocked around that they just kind of gently bumped into. Interesting. Okay, you know what? That's your own fault. Remember when you were just told to be careful a minute ago? Yeah, that's you not being careful. That concussion you now have, that's your own concussion. Own it and accept it, because this is your life now. You guys are bad at this. I just want you to know that. You ran up like you were gonna ambush me, and then you just kind of stared into space when I wasn't standing exactly where you ran. Oh god, so much happening. Apparently there was something that exploded in among all that mess. Ah, there's the one I panicked. Get over here. Give me power. Ah, there's the other guy. Eh. That's why it exploded that way. It wasn't an air acorn. That's why. Okay. We need to get up from there, which means presumably we go around. Rather than trying to, like, parkour our way up the wall, which it doesn't seem like this kid can do. Perhaps later he can. Oh, never mind, there's a ladder. You know what? That makes nothing but sense. As he just climbs it one-handed, because he obviously doesn't have a way to put the stick away, considering he didn't come with this stick included. Oh no, a block slid vaguely near me. Ah! I don't think I'm ever gonna get over the way they panic. Because it's just very silly. This seems designed to be pushed down from here, but to do what? I presume you would come up through the middle here. Like, you would come up around the other side after coming up the middle, and then drop that on the guys that spawned over here. But that just seems like a lot of extra work when you can just shove a single square block at them and achieve more or less the same end. But perhaps in the future, extra moves like that will be important. Okay. Ah, it's a button.
Thank you.
Oh, that opened the door for her, and now she can open the door for us.
I brought a tree maiden to a place like this.
You really have no idea why he gets angry with you, do you?
What do you mean by that?
Her? Oh, save point. Must be a boss fight up ahead then. I assume she's hinting at something completely different than what dense protagonist over here understands. I also don't know why my movement's all weird right now, but we'll figure it out. Just keeps stopping every now and then. I think my dead zones are a little janky. Oh wait, no, I know exactly why the dead zones are janky. Actually, now that I think about it. I'll fix it here in a second.
Since time immemorial, the great tree has stood here with the 8 spirits, keeping watch over the world. But since then, the tree has turned to stone. If only it could flourish again.
You're telling me the entire tree became this tablet?
We could live together, with the elemental spirits once more.
Maybe.
Magic stuff's happening. Everybody panic.
Hey, look! What's this?
Well, it's heavy, whatever it is.
Ow!
Keldy!
Way to go.
What do you think this...
Why did he have so much trouble picking up a rock?
Throw it away!
Well, Oh, well, you become a tree man now. You're just getting infested with a weird parasitic vine. Enjoy your life as a weird tree being for the rest of time. That seems less than ideal.
Kelby!
How neat. Gave you a fancy sword attachment, though, so, you know, got that going for you. You know what? All in all, worth it.
My arm.
Are you alright, Keldy?
Don't need a stick anymore.
I think I'm okay.
I'm not sure about that.
Well, you wanted to be closer to
Maybe
nature.
we should go see the village elder. He might know what all this is about.
Well, we have kind
Good
of other
idea.
problems first.
Okay, let's go. Ritzia?
Or, you know, we're just gonna forget about the whole golem army thing and waking the sacred beast and just go run off because weird sword arm thing has happened. I guess we can do that, yeah. By the power of the mysterious seed in your right arm, you now are able to use its tendril as a whip. Press triangle to extend the whip and grab nearby enemies or objects. Hold down triangle to switch to target camera view. You can then use the left analog stick to pan the target camera. Triangle to trap target, X to cancel. You can throw a trap target or a foe by pressing triangle again. Some things may be too heavy for you to hold or move. You will need to raise your whip level for those. Yep, can't throw big boulder. I can, however, kind of throw that at least. I say kind of because he didn't really throw it very far. Not that. I want to... Oh, I was kind of hoping there'd be like something I could grab onto up there and like climb up. So I feel like that's going to be a thing that this is used for, is for grappling. To more than just grapple enemies. Okay, if I just tap it, he just launches the vine. Understood. Ah, excellent.
Sanctuary has been defied.
Somebody to practice on.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, you heard that too, huh? That's probably not ideal, huh? No, I want to target this one. The one that was panicking.
You must examine for yourself.
Well, guess we're not doing that then, huh?
The great tree will awaken.
So I guess we're hearing spirit voices in our head now. That's probably fine. Whee! I was kind of hoping that it would like lift and throw them toward me. But maybe I'm just not understanding how to use it yet. Certainly a more effective way to panic enemies, that's for sure. Rather than doing the janky push. Ah, there we go. Reach whip level 2. You can increase your whip level further by gathering attack medals. At level 2, your sword combos can be up to 4 strikes, and you can shoot up to 4 pellets in a row. Also, when you catch something with your whip, you can twirl it by pressing circle. Okay, so I can do spin moves now. Hello, you're a volunteer. Come here. Oh, twirling it literally just spins them in place. I thought I was gonna turn them into like a flail, which would have been hilarious. But hey, I guess we're slightly more competent with our sword for the moment, so that's good. I don't know if Delay ate that hello there, or if I just didn't hear it, but hello, Callista, how you doing? Nice, nice. Oh. I seem to have found a bad part of the vertice here. Just forever sword skating now. Except we can actually jump out of that, so it's fine. Yes, let all of Europe be one. Hap, 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 hap. You know what would make this camera way more workable? If it could just be zoomed out just a little bit. That's all it would really need, is just a little bit of zoom out. Excellent. Oh yeah, I said I was gonna fix the dead zone issue that I think is causing the weird stutter stepping. So I'm betting that something is still slightly weird. No, it's actually fine. I must have reset that since we had done the thing that I needed the lower sensitivity for. We can try moving that a little bit and see if that fixes things. There we go. Yep, there we go. Now when I'm turning, it's not stopping anymore. Just bringing everything into line. Excellent. By the power of the mysterious seed in your right arm, you are now able to use its tendril as a slingshot. You can shoot pebbles at enemies or objects by pressing circle. Hold down circle to switch to target camera. You can then use the left analog stick much like the other one. Alright. Let's cause some chaos, shall we?
Wow, I didn't know you could do that.
Well, I couldn't until a minute ago. The fact that we can just snapshot those out is probably going to be very useful in the future. Not what I meant to grab, but you know what? I'll take it, because that's actually a useful one to have snapped out of the air. And having these other mechanics are definitely going to make it easier for us to keep our combo rating moving, instead of it just dropping constantly. Maybe because I have nothing to attack. Oh, you think you're clever hiding in the ground, huh? Meanwhile, she's just hanging out up there like nothing's happening. Just, yep, there he goes killing again. My hero.
The bond you have with us.
Those voices.
Oh, good, she does hear them too. You know, I'm not 100% sure if that's good news or not, but well, at least he's not the only one hearing the voices. I don't know why she keeps running ahead so hard. She could at least have opened this door for me before I got here. I don't need that full heal at the moment. I'm going to save that. This really hasn't been difficult yet. Oh, there's the spirits.
Ritzia!
Magic, sparkly things.
What is it? Ritzia!
Good instinct to try to cover her. I don't think it was gonna work anyway. Nope. Some kind of fairy. Or a bird, or... Yep, fairy. Okay.
What do you think it is? Say, you're pretty up close and personal.
Caldi, could it? Maybe it's a spirit.
At least somebody's starting to catch up. Whimsical?
But why say Keldy? Huh?
D-
Keldy?
Hey!
Yes.
They're starting to talk.
It looks like she's a quick learner anyway. My name is Ritzia. And you are? Keldy? Ritzia.
I think this one was just created.
I am Faye.
Yes, you are.
Are you Faye? That's your name?
Okay. We get the
Yep.
point.
Wait, we don't need to hear your name 30 times. You're not a Pokemon. That we know of.
Oh, for me?
And it disappeared.
Thanks so much.
Oh, no, it's still there, just
Ritzia.
rendered weird going into her hand.
Right. Lead the way.
Why must you attack the camera with your face?
Let's get moving.
There we go.
Kelly?
You literally just said let's get going and now you're asking me to wait a minute. Which is it? Literally just heard a go stop immediately, pretty much. Faye is able to use magic. Press R1 to have her cast the selected spell. View Faye's spells on the lower right of the screen. Use the directional buttons to scroll through spells. Power Up strengthens Keldrick's attacks. Aegis boosts his defense. You must have enough MP in the gauge on the lower right of the screen for Faye to cast a spell. Meanwhile, back to the clobbering. And we can get MP just like we get everything else. Alright. I meant to grab the box and hit him with that, but I guess I'll yeet the mushroom instead. This is fine. This is very much a I'm playing off of vibes most of the time game because I can't see what I'm doing.
Going in on the wind.
Hello, Jin.
How do you do, friend? You're a spirit just like the rest of us, are you not? That is why we are going to help you. Give this to that little fellow over there. My mighty breeze creates a whirlwind, which sends all sorts of things flying. That goes for enemies, too.
You know, you could just talk to me. I'm just right over here. No? No? Okay. Just gonna talk like I'm not here. But we have Jin charges now, so I guess we can use Jin's magic? Oh, it's ammo! View slingshot ammo on the lower right of the screen. Scroll right or left with the directional buttons to select. Be aware that there's a maximum number of hex orbs, elemental spirit pellets, spirits can hold at one time. Well, I guess let's give a Jin shot a try here, shall we? Just gotta find a target. So that's effective. Probably gonna save those so we don't burn them all. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, they dropped those pellets though, so maybe they won't be such a precious resource then. Or is this a different... I mean, that doesn't look like what we just got. It also apparently has an invisible wall around it. There we go. Oh, it's an MP drop. Okay. Nope, that's a hole. There's a bird above me, I think. Not that I can tell, considering the camera, but, you know. And if you think that this is going to be a constant thing that I'm going to be doing throughout this game, ragging on the camera, you're probably right, because I feel like it's going to be a constant thorn in my side. You know what? That works well enough. I wanted to grab the bird, but I grabbed the pillar in front of me and smacked myself in the face with it. I technically can't blame the game for that one, but at the same time, I don't know. I feel like that's something I would not have done on purpose, intentionally, necessarily. This music is neat, but it also doesn't really quite fit.
In need of my services, are you? The power of Earth can bring things together. My magnetic charge will draw enemies and objects around it.
I can definitely see some uses for a magnetic charge. Thank you, Gnome. And then Gnome exploded. And he gave me smiley face crystals. Seems like something we'd want to test out right here and now, though. It'll do that. That was satisfying. Just chuck him into the nearest random object. I wonder if we keep our whip levels in each chapter or not. It didn't say we lose them, whereas it said we lose everything else. Yeet. What goes in circles? Oh, Faye's magic reaches level 2. You can increase her magic level further by gathering MP medals, as expected. At level 2, Faye is now able to cast Purify and Healing Light. Purify is a spell that cures Keldric of all status ailments. Healing Light restores some of Keldric's HP. Well, that's remarkably convenient. Oh, you're learning language rapidly, aren't you?
I wonder what would happen if you dropped something on them from up here.
Ah, so you're just replacing the dialogue Ritzia has, then. You know, I wonder what happened to her. She just suddenly isn't here.
Calby, your hair color's different from Ritzia's.
I came to this island from far, far away when I was only a baby.
Ah, of course. Protagonist from mysterious location. I should not have just hit that, but you know what? What's done is done. The striking has already happened. Exactly. Hey, Otto. How you doing? Go ahead and just hit you with random acorns. Yep, just keep panicking. I don't know why there's this icon over my head. I'm sure it's important for something. You missed me. I kind of just guessed, but I'm glad I got it right. Oh, he had a key. That's what that whole thing was about. Another Jin charge. Okay, so we can just find the spirits around and they'll give us more of their ammo. Okay, now I understand. Oh, this isn't the key we just got. Of course it isn't. Why would it be? Or do I just need to get more keys? Where would they be then? Oh, guess we're climbing all the way back up because the game has decided this is the way this works. Unless I'm misunderstanding something, but considering we have one special key and not whatever that other key... Thanks, camera. You know what, fine. Maybe I should check again. Because it is still showing the icon here. Ah! I just didn't bump into the correct thing down here. Understood. That's some questionable feedback from the game there, but we figured it out.
She might be further in.
Wait, so we did lose Ritzia somewhere? What? I'm so confused. I feel like this game is skipping steps sometimes, and I'm really not sure how we got here. I'm wondering if some of the scenes might have not played correctly or something. Or if it's meant to not make sense. It is part of the world of mana, but that's all I know about any connections. They're claiming that this is how one of the goddesses of mana came to exist, based on the intro plotting for it, but I don't know detail, because this is the first time I'm even looking at this one. It definitely is operating within the same universe, but a lot of the mana games kind of exist within the mana universe, and then they just kind of slap them around in various places, so it's hard to say what the connections are going to end up actually being.
Maybe there's some place to climb up.
That's fair. I don't know a ton either. I just have bits and pieces of knowledge from having played a few of them, but I didn't finish most of them. So there's a lot of detail bits here and there that I'm not gonna have any information on either. I will say, when I was looking at how long to beat for this was listed as Seiken Densetsu 4, so I guess this one came after the... which I believe 3 got translated to Trials of Mana, I think is what the title ended up being for that one. But I had only ever played a translation of the Super Nintendo version of that one, and I didn't even finish that. And I had played a bit of Sword of Mana, I played a lot of Legend of Mana, and never finished that either, because that game's real long. Well, yeah, I know how tilting platforms work, Faye, thank you. Now that the ad's running, I'm not going to worry about trying to explain things further. I just wanted to get as much of that explanation of the thought process condensed out and going before the ad happened. And since those ad things don't always line up with when the ad is actually happening, I may very well have had part of that thought get eaten anyway, but eh. You do what you can. That's not how that was supposed to work. The idea to that was he was supposed to get pulled off the platform, not me pulled off of where I was standing. But I suppose that's just how that goes. But yeah, that's the little bits of knowledge that I have. And considering this is another situation where the mana tree's fallen apart, I don't know if the mana tree just falls apart a lot in this universe, or if that's just a common plot device they use. But based on these tree people and everything, I feel like this might end up being related to Children of Mana, because I believe that's the same type of village situation they had for that one. Yet again, didn't actually play that one, but I saw bits and pieces of it. So those that actually have any knowledge are more than welcome to correct anything I say here. Because a lot of it's going to be me making it up as I go along, off of bits and pieces.
Oh, I don't know. And I don't care, because I'm one of the tree folk now.
And of course, he doesn't know where he came from. Typical no memory situation. These regular pebbles do like no damage, which they're probably not supposed to either. Now he ran from it like a smart person would. Our health bar really has gotten a lot longer than it was when we started this stage. It feels weird having my health bar just extending as we go. So it's kind of neat. It rewards playing the game as they intend you to, instead of just doing what works. So what they intend you to do works well enough, so really, kind of 6 of one, half dozen the other there. I don't know why I'm even shooting that needle beak down. Of course, you know, the camera will betray me once again. I really don't know how a game with 2 sticks can have such bad camera control. Except for the fact that, like, half the PS2 era had bad camera controls, so, eh. Understandable. Hopefully you can get some good rest. I'm glad to see you. You take care. Much appreciated. Well, I don't know what he tried to grab, but it wasn't what I wanted, that's for sure. Just gonna keep hopping around. There we go. Oh, that's inset further. Okay. No, come back here. I wasn't done with you yet. There we go. Nope, Needlebeak's still not dead. There we go. Ah, level 3. At level 3, Faye is now able to cast Full Tilt, a spell that increases Uldric's attack speed briefly. After Full Tilt takes effect, press square to unleash a flurry of hits. Well, that sounds like fun. It's a pity we're not in a place where we're really going to be able to make good use of that, considering it's all platforming in here right now. But I'll probably have a boss fight somewhere in here, and then we can make use of it there. I don't like that the twirl doesn't let go of the enemy you grabbed. I feel like the twirl should release so that you can take advantage of the fact that you stunned them with the twirl. I feel like it would move a little more fluidly that way. But I also don't know what their intention with that twirl ability actually is yet. Because they just told me that I could twirl things. They didn't really go like, oh yeah, you twirl them to do this.
Good, you made it. And Faye, you did too.
How did you even get here?
You're not looking any worse for the wear. Okay, let's go.
Like, genuine question, how did she just so easily get here? This camera in this room is kind of heinous for fighting something like this. There we go. Now I got the lock onto her. For those wondering, I was in fact trying to lock onto it for most of that fight, and it just wasn't happening. Because I think it needed to be partially on screen for it to allow it. Okay, so that flurry is really good. Okay, I can't even, like, twirl the big guy. That's not a surprise. Another special key. Oh boy, we got our ass handed to us by him, though. Not that. This one. How much do you heal with this? Quite a lot. Okay, very good. Once again, though, our health rating for this one is gonna be terrible. Really nothing hidden up there, huh? That's disappointing. Oh, walking near it worked that time. Interesting. A lot of quirks I'm gonna have to get used to with this. Not really sure how to feel about the amount of save points this one stage had. again, I'm not entirely sure if this is necessarily stage-based at all, other than the way it feels at the moment. It's technically been running in chapters, but either way, that's a lot of save points in one chapter as well. I don't know where that random angel's grail came from. Oh, hey, Crimson, how you doing today? Let me through. Let me through. There we go. Just slowly circling around these stairs. Glad to hear it. I'm doing all right so far. A little perplexed by the way this game operates, but we'll figure it out.
There's a sacred beast here. He's doing a good job of hiding.
This place scares me, Keldy. That's because it's a tomb. A graveyard. It's filled with the sorrows of the dead from long ago.
Oh, a great place to hang out then. And, you know, just jump down into it. That's a great plan.
Hey! Sacred beast! Where are you? Come out wherever you are!
Yeah, pretty much.
Who's that? Is someone there?
Well, you woke something up.
Is that the Guardian?
That doesn't sound like a friendly guardian spirit. Yeah, that doesn't seem great.
Oh, no!
Oh, good. Giant murder crab. Well, hey, you know how I said I was expecting a boss fight? Yeah, I think I found one.
Oh no! Get back, Ritzia, now! Get your claws
It's
off!
always time for crab. Now we got some serious music going. Okay. Now what do I do with you? It looked like it had something weird about the underside of it, so I can probably take advantage of that somewhere.
It can't be the Guardian Beast, can it?
Keldy, watch out behind you!
Well, yeah, I can see the dot charging towards me behind me. The tail is a weak point too, okay. Grim Mortifier. Yep, he spins. Okay. Understood. Yep, throwing pillars at him doesn't really do much. Understood. How good, he stunned himself. Yep, this would be a good time to go full tilt. Okay. Probably not worth doing another full tilt though, considering how much of our mana it takes. I mean, we really were like only underneath it for that one instead of really getting the angle I wanted. This guy's not that smart considering he keeps clobbering himself into walls. You would think he'd understand his own environment well enough not to keep doing that. Yep, just don't even charge the direction I'm in. Sure, why not? See, now he's being clever. Now he's tunneling. That's different. Where'd he go, though? There he is. Found him. Yep, that still doesn't work. Neener, neener, neener. Yeah, you really need a little bit less wind up on that, buddy. That's fine, I can take those hits. Our damage taken rating for this stage is already gonna be terrible anyway, so it doesn't much matter if I take a few stupid hits. He ain't killing me anytime soon anyway. Oh, he actually got me with that one because I couldn't get him to jump where I wanted to. Booga booga booga. Though even taking that charge pretty much head on, he didn't really do that much damage. I bet there's probably a much quicker way to kill this thing, and I'm just not getting it. We could try hitting it with some of the magic shells we have, I guess. Just since they're a limited quantity, my brain's like, but what if I need them? What if they carry over from chapter to chapter? Of course, you know, if it would just... Oh, no wonder he dug again. I was like, if the game could just lock onto him, that'd be great. He's definitely a little upset. Okay. So hitting him with Gnome knocks him right back down again. So I could have just kept him in a loop there. Yep, don't worry, I don't need to be able to target the thing I'm fighting. No, why would I? And he's dead. First try. Exactly, why would I want to store right now? We're probably gonna ruin everything. You say not to disturb something's slumber, and then you go and make a racket like that. Chapter done. Wow, that was still an A rank with the amount of damage I took? Huh. They really think people are gonna be bad at this. How about you tell me why I shouldn't do that instead of just repeating that I shouldn't do that? Apparently.
Yeah. How about you? Are you okay?
Yes.
You don't look very okay falling over like that.
But why did he attack you like that?
Did you not listen to anything he just said?
And now that thing? And we still can't find the sacred beast. What are we doing wrong?
Forbidden prayers? A sealed paradise. What's it all about?
See, saying pieces of it like that just make people curious about it.
Guarded by a sacred beast.
Huh?
Did we just kill the sacred beast?
Hey!
No, don't! Oh, don't! Please don't!
What's wrong?
She's gonna do something.
I've been waiting for you, maiden. Finally, the day has come when promises of old
That doesn't look good.
fulfilled.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure an Ancient Evil's being unsealed now. That seems less than ideal. Well, business as usual. Mana game starts by somebody touching something they shouldn't, and now everything is gonna go to hell in a handbasket.
Come on, wake up! Wake up, will you?
Help me!
Oh, hey, you guys just happened to show up now, huh? That's timing. Very convenient that the Golem army just happens to get here after we kill the giant evil crab and unseal the ancient evil. Everything's just going great right now. Makes you wonder if they were waiting till that whole thing got done with. Like, oh, hey, he's fighting the giant and enemy crab for us. Let's just let him either die or kill it.
The root of the great tree, it enveloped them in light.
What's that light?
All of the tree folk trembled in fear at the awesome sight, but Stroud merely snickered. After commanding his soldiers to take Ritzia away, Stroud ordered a group brought to the base of the tree. Among them were the village elder Keldric and Lekius, a village guard and longtime friend of Keldric.
But the elder doesn't get a name, no. Just elder, player character, and some guard that we decided to give a name because he's friends of the protagonist.
Sire, I brought the village elder and the head guard. And another miscreant of sorts.
Capital.
Yep, he's got villain written all over him.
Elder, if I may ask you, how does one open the sealed door to Mavolia?
Why do you have a bird bath on your chest plate?
To Mavolia?
Where have you been? This very island is the door to Mavolia. 1,000 years ago, this place was cursed and sealed away.
How could it ever be cursed? Elusia is a holy place, a sanctuary.
What exactly is it that you want?
Power. To make the power of Mavolia my own.
Of course.
Nonsense. If you were to do that, the world would be consumed by Thanatos, plunging it into everlasting darkness.
What of it? Do you think I really care what becomes of the world?
Business as usual. He comes from a land of ice and snow. I doubt he gets light there to begin with.
Remain silent on the matter. Perhaps Ritzia will prove helpful. But how much torment can she endure before she finally talks?
Yep, here we go. And I'm betting I'm not even gonna get control of this fight, so he's gonna lose miserably. Yep.
That's some trick up your sleeve. So you'd prefer that I execute all of you? Let's begin with the Tree Maiden.
It's in Wonderwood. The key to that unholy realm lies deep within the forest.
Well, that was easy.
You're easily swayed. Take them away.
Yes, sire.
Congratulations, you've upgraded your sentence from execution to permanent imprisonment, and probably still torture anyway, because they enjoy that.
That brat with the weed on his arm isn't one of the tree folk.
Correct. And he has that sword. The great tree must have splintered off and planted itself in his arm.
Well, this is the entrance to Mavolia, after all. But there's something odd about him.
How so, Your Majesty?
Never mind. Opening the door is my first order of business.
But first I shall fill my bird bath and watch the birds. I can't get over the random bird bath he's got on the front of his chest. I just can't think about anything else.
There's something deep inside the forest that'll help revive the great tree. It is essential that we achieve this critical objective. And to help us with our task today, we have this Tree Maiden. She'll be serving as our guide.
One step to the left and you would have just knocked her unconscious immediately.
For the sake of King Stroud and the entire kingdom of Lorimar, failure is not an option. Make this mission a success, or else. Now, the world is brimming with the power of the spirits. It is
So the army's got Ritzia.
Well, you knew that already. How did you two get out already?
Village. I'll get her back. Hold on.
They did not do a very good job of taking these people away, huh?
We'll wait for them to split up once they're in the forest, and then we'll get our chance.
Lek, I can take care of Ritzia. You go back to the village.
Huh?
They need all the help they can get now. I'll bring Ritzia back safe.
You're right. We're counting on you.
Company, forward!
Yeah, you know, let me just take this entire squad of troops by myself. Well, me and my little fairy companion, I suppose.
Huh? What was that?
Oh, he finally was able to see her. Huh. Presumably, Lek will be plot important at some point. Chapter 2, Lord of the Forest. Gee, I wonder what I'm supposed to do over here.
That's Lekius. He's a village guard.
Now, the game broke it before I got a chance to do what was very clearly an option, which was drop the mushroom on the rabbit. Oh, one's still trapped inside the mushroom. There we go. Get us an early attack boost going. I can see them on the map. Oh, they turned around, that's why. Yeah, trying to combine our shots and our whips and our attacks is a little stiff. Like, obviously, since they're all coming off of his weird root arm, it makes a degree of sense that they wouldn't be instantly switching.
Goblins are on the prowl.
But it's inconvenient.
Yeah, they're probably just a band of thieves.
They just see opportunity. Makes sense. Hey, get back here. Oh wow, a full heal out of that. Yeah, for those coming in late, the main gimmick here is if I knock things into enemies or knock them near enemies, they will panic, and that's how we get all of our power-ups, pretty much. And, you know, it's already just fun to do anyway, so... Oh, there was something hiding in this. Guess there's a reason to randomly hit the objects. Me? You. I saw the red dot on the minimap, I'm like, wait, eh? And then I found him. Just wreak havoc and then things will happen. Get back here. Because the more of these tokens we pick up, the more max health, the more attack, and the more mana we're gonna have. So I need all of the tokens I can get my grubby hands on. So they really think that this gate's gonna stop us, huh? Now, I guess I can't actually knock the gate down. That's disappointing. Oh, molecat. Okay. Oh, I guess they actually expect me to get a key for this door. Well, something around here has to have it. Did you have it? Nope. Okay. You would have thought that one of the goblins would have had the key, considering they were the ones guarding the gate. But apparently that's... Oh no, I do have the key, so why is it not opening? Okay, I just had to walk away from it and back again. These locks are weird. Ah, salamander. Excellent.
Burn in for some firepower?
Always.
Just bump in a burnable bits and I'll flash fry 'em flat. Giving enemies that burning sensation is sure to wear down their strength.
Interesting choice of phrasing, but sure, we'll go with that. There we go. Now we got fire ammo. I'm gonna guess that we're gonna get all of the spirits rather quickly, and then it becomes a matter of how we use them later. Oh, yep, that definitely gonna cause a panic. Getting set on fire, definitely gonna make something panic. I wouldn't really think just a hay bale getting thrown amongst them would cause that much of a stir, but it definitely is heavy. Like, heavier than you might expect it to be. And the higher that panic gauge goes, the more we get out of them, so we definitely want to cause as much of a stir as possible. You know what, this goblin seems like he'd want to play a fun game. How about a game of Dodge Boulder? That's not where that was supposed to go. I really wish I had more control over the vines throwing. Where did he even go? No, genuine question. Where did he go? He's just gone. Oh, there he is. Wait. Now the boulder that was right next to me is gone. What the hell is happening? Am I losing my mind? I might be losing my mind. Oh, there it is. That's how weird this camera is in this game. It's throwing me off that hard. I didn't realize I'd moved slightly upward just when I did a small circle. Nope, can't uproot that. That's not a mushroom. That's a rock inside a little mushroom bowl for some reason. I'll just destroy that for mostly the fun of it, actually. I do wonder if we get more moves as time goes on. Because, like, obviously as our whip level goes up, our combo becomes more significant. But I wonder if we'll gain, like, actual full more attacks at some point. Also, apparently very precise timing we can actually direct the thing we're throwing. It's a touch weird. Whee! Can I? Hang on. There's another goblin up there, isn't there? Can't reach him, though. Oh, there's some big boys here, too. I was gonna yank him off the cliff, but unfortunately, he wouldn't let me reach far enough to get him. I don't know why I keep trying to do that, thinking it's gonna suddenly work one of these times. Oh, he's spin punching. Oh, God. There we go, that's what you get. That was not worth it. Oh, right, we don't have heal yet, because we didn't gain a magic level yet. There we go. No, there's no running. Here. That's how far you're allowed to go. Now come here. There we go. But with the amount of panic we can stir up and things like that, I really am not sure that Golem army is really actually going to be that much of a threat to us. Because I assume they'll be as easy to throw off as everything else. Or they'll be immune, and that's actually going to be where the threat is there. Which that would make sense if they're actually golems, because why would they care about a thing being thrown at them?
Is this tree shaking?
Oh, must be your imagination.
Oh god. Papayas or rockets, why? Well, that was weird. Anyway, I've just caused a bit of cataclysm over there. I'm sure it's fine. Exactly. If I just walk away, no one can pin it on me that that happened. It was naturally occurring explosions, therefore I absolutely couldn't have had anything to do with it. Everything is just fine. You know, actually, let me check the game's options again when they eventually load. There we go. Yeah, no, there is just only inverting. Okay. I just had to check to see if there was a zoom out option that I didn't spot. I'll get a load of this thing. Here, have a boulder. The fact that Rabbites can just block like that is very funny to me. When in doubt, set things on fire. It always works. Because this thing would have otherwise been a really big threat, probably. Considering it was not particularly concerned when I threw things at it. Also, it seems like we lose our ammo at the end of a chapter just like everything else, so I probably shouldn't be as careful with it as I was in the previous chapter. Aside from, you know, obviously save some of it for bosses. Also, the fact that they actually have specific reaction lines for being set on fire is certainly a thing. Like, some designer out there was like, you know what would be great if they reacted to being set on fire by just screaming, "Oh god, I'm on fire." No, did I did actually hit him. Huh. I just did that as a joke. I didn't think the barrel was gonna reach him. Turns out that worked. What do you know? A whole bunch of enemies just spawned. Thanks for the MP that I didn't currently need. That thing just wants nothing to do with me. He's like, no, I'm getting out of here. Nope. Hell with this. There we go. At some point we gain level 2 whip, and I really don't know exactly where, but it's fine. Where? What? There's 3 red dots right here on my position. Hello? Get off of there. I was like, there's something weird here. Turns out there's more of them. Is this gonna reach you? It would, technically. Not the boulder. I can't actually reach. Well, fine. There's more than one way to get a cat out of a tree. Punk. I don't know where the other one is. Because there's apparently two more somewhere. I guess they're on top of the arch instead of under it. Guess there's one way to find out. No, they didn't react to that, so... Either that didn't move enough up there, or they're not up there. One of the two. Either way, I'm done messing with that idea for the moment. Whee! Nope, come along. You're all going that way now. No one said you could run. Whee! Ow. You know what? I deserved that. Like, I'm just playing pinball at this point. I'm not even really fighting half the time. Oh, there's a whole bunch of you over here. Here, go be with your friends. Go be with your friends so I can set you all on fire together. That little bit of stiffness this game has just really keeps coming a cropper at this point. Oh god, I'm a snowman. Well, that's fine. I still hit the enemy at the end of the day. Like, the slight shortened reach we have compared to what it actually looks like our reach is really is also a problem. Like, this game is riddled with a bunch of small issues. Like, none of it's bad enough to make me not want to keep playing it, but it's all little things that really I'm gonna have to get used to. This is very weird that the very edge of the sword, like even where you see that green effect, doesn't actually count. It's very strange. Like, I'm not even sure the tip of the purple blade we have at the top of our quote-unquote sword here actually counts or not. It's very, very weird. I'll go to save point. We had been walking around for a little while now. I said a save point. God damn it. No, I don't need to... Did I end up turning around? I feel like I ended up turning around. Oh, we'll find out in a second. No, I didn't turn around. Okay, very good. Oh, god damn you. I went to turn around for the health that I just didn't spot as I was walking around.
Please, if you please.
Hello, Undyne.
So, you need some cold comfort? When my paw touches something, it gets so cold, enemies won't go near it.
Good to know.
There's more. Ice an enemy with my paw, or she's a snowman.
Yeah, we learned that about ice already because we got turned into a snowman. But good to have more powers at our command. Interesting that we're getting Salamander and Undyne together. Considering, you know, very much opposite.
Knock 'em dead.
We didn't really need the heal that badly, but it's one of those, the heal's right there, why would I not take it? since we do actually have at least some missing health. I don't know what you're doing in there, but get out. Just the question mark with it upside down like that is great. But help. Help. I don't know why I was just skating around. When I was skating on the ice, it made sense. The second I left the ice and was still skating, I was very confused. I would test the ice powers right now, but let's be real. Rabites are not worth testing such things on. Not even really sure these goblins would necessarily be worth it. Wow. Okay, that happened. Turns out these mushrooms have some real bounce to them. Where? Oh, they must be above me. You're lucky that my jumping is still kind of complicated. Hi. You're so lucky you're out of range. But you're not out of range of this. Except it won't let me headshot him. It only fires center mass. God damn you. Why are you like this? That's right. You better fall off. No, you were trouble now. Now you're getting it. Now you're getting everything. Smack him in the back of the head with a damn mushroom. I could have hit him a little more to get him up to Crown Panic, but I just wasn't that interested. My vengeful nature only goes so far on that one. Some extra Undyne. Gib. We still haven't found anywhere to spend the money we've been getting. Not that there would really naturally be anywhere to spend it in the situation we've had so far, but it makes me wonder about that, you know? Like, it makes me mechanically wonder just how often you'll actually get shops in this game or whatever you would be spending money on, if money even does anything in this game. You're not attached. Here, let me fix that for you. There you go. You have a use right now. It's called hitting that guy. There we go. Quit countering me. It's rude. What did I just tell the other guy about countering me? Don't do it. Is there another one? Huh? There's something up there, according to the mini-map, but I don't know what. Because I can't look up and jump at the same time. And of course, all these camera angles are not great. Yes, that's a boulder. Thank you for locking onto that when I didn't want... You know what? Fine. I'm done trying to figure that out. The game doesn't want me to figure it out, therefore I'm not going to figure it out. No. You can't throw yourself around. Only I can throw you around. I really wish this controlled a little better. I really, really do. That little bit of stiffness keeps fucking up everything I'm trying to do. No, I'm not okay. If this useless child would just follow directions sometime, he would be in much better shape right now. But unfortunately, now that we have enemies that are actually dangerous, now things have become a major problem. Oh, of course, you know, he just bounces around the other guy. I mean, they're succeeding in that, even though as soon as things actually work appropriately, it ceases being a challenge again. But, you know. It's just a very wild spin from the previous stage where genuinely nothing could even pose a problem even with the issues, to here where we nearly died. It's a very weird twist there. Got no salamander left. And I might be using the wrong word when I say stiffness, but some of it just doesn't move intuitively, might be the better way to explain it. Because there is a gap between moves, but some of that does make sense, so calling it stiff may not be reasonable. But it, I don't know, there's just layers upon layers of slightly strange. Why is he sliding around? God damn it. Like, situations like this are also not as fun as they could be when you're just not able to hit the thing you're trying to hit because he does not attack fast enough to do even a simple pursuit. Like, I'm sure it's very funny to watch happen, but it is less than ideal being the one struggling with the controls. For God's sake. Oh, right, these are ice mole cats, so of course freezing them doesn't work. And, like, obviously I have these dodge rules and such, but they're block dependent. Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't reach unfair quite, it just feels like it's right just one step off of being good. That's the problem. Like, I would actually almost rather it was completely bad, so I could actually be like, yeah, this is just terrible. It's in that weird in-between space where it's like, if they just spent like 5 more minutes figuring out what they were doing with some of this, it would be really good. And it's definitely within the bounds of you can come to grips with it enough that it'll feel fine. And that's half the reason why we're still going with this right now, is because I feel like I can reach that point where it will be okay. Suspicious boulder. Yeah, there's something going on behind this boulder. I didn't mean to freeze the boulder. Probably need to, like, throw something at it. But we don't really have anything left around to throw at it. Wait. There's a big guy up there, but, notice the fact that we're ever so slightly sliding? Huh. How are you being carried by the current when you're standing? What? Why is this a thing? There's so many bizarre decisions in this game. Yep. Yes, thanks, Faye. Thanks for the advice of don't die. Like, I really don't think anything in this game's been a problem other than those mole cats who seem designed to hard counter the fact that your attacking is kind of stiff. Is they just hop out of your attack and then hit you.
Next up, Wonderwood.
Yeah, the Lorimar army's got Ritzia.
Okay, it's nice that they actually mention what the most recent plot point is when you load in. That's actually a good idea. Yes, we saw Undyne already, it's fine. Oh great, I got warped down here anyway, thanks game. Wait, but it also despawned the healing item this time. You know what? I don't know why I try to make sense of these things. Like, I could probably also get around a lot of the things I'm mentioning if they didn't have all the other companion problems of, like, the camera and mobility not being great. Like, it's kind of impressive how with the kind of budgets and teams that Square usually has, that this can end up being this jank. But I don't think they quite had as much going right at this exact moment. Because they had numerous times where they were kind of troubled. And this might have been one of those. Wait. Oh, never mind. Different idea. I was gonna do a funny, but they offered me a different funny option. Now, the idea is, can I actually grab this while I'm standing in it? Yes, but it hurts me. Okay. So much for that plan. The idea was I was gonna launch myself with the mushroom, but unfortunately he doesn't get nearly the launch that enemies do. So instead I basically just did the equivalent of pulling the rug out from under my own feet, and then being surprised when the rug was gone. And I will say this game is in some ways not helped by the fact that the game very, very much encourages you to abuse the panic mechanics, which means you don't end up actually learning how to do the combat in the game, particularly. So if you're ever in a position where you don't have that option, you've not learned how to use it. You know, you don't know how to cope without the panic mechanic because it very heavily encourages it. Oh wow. Okay. So they actually do have staggering for us. That's worth noting. I'm assuming we probably need like level 3 whip to be able to move those guys, since level 2 still didn't work. I feel like it mostly probably is the interaction with like the whip and everything that is the root cause of so many of this game's other issues. Is the fact that they spent so much time probably working on making that work and they just didn't put
Looks
in
like some of them have teamed up.
the rest to make everything around it good. So it ends up just very gimmick focused, which is not inherently a problem. But the moment you don't play along with that is where it becomes a problem. It's like, it's very satisfying and entertaining hurling enemies around and bouncing objects around and everything. But other than that, this does end up feeling a little lacking. And as you saw when we were in actual just regular open combat, it didn't really work out the best. It is interesting that we have a completely different path here. Hi, Ariella. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream today? And happy birthday. I seem to recall that this was your birthday stream today. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to Dawn of Mana. Let me get that ad snoozed right before it starts. Hopefully everybody's having a good time and everybody's doing well. Welcome in all of you who wish to observe the snacks. I can offer you many rabbits. I've been throwing them around the room, so they're probably quite tender by now. Whee! Look at this guy trying to ambush me, thinking he's clever. Yeah, as usual, the mana games look really good. As I was just describing, it ends up a little gimmick focused, so if you're not all in on the gimmick, it ends up not feeling the best. But it's overall pretty good. Case in point, these guys who we can't move around with our whip ability at all. But we do have a few other tricks up our sleeve, like salamander pellets that we can set them on fire with. Is for all those coming in now, that indicator over their head is them panicking. While they panic, they take more damage and they can't attack us at all. And most importantly, that's how you raise your attack, health, and mana in this game. All of which are temporary to the chapter you're in. As soon as the chapter ends, you lose all of those benefits and have to build them back up again. Which is slightly unfortunate. And now I'm a snowman. Yeah, I had a feeling that bridge wasn't long for this world. I shouldn't have used up all my salamander pellets, but it is what it is. We'll find more. Yeah, your primary methods for making enemies panic is either hurling objects around like you see me doing, hitting them with the pellets like you already saw, or hitting them with other enemies. Like if I grabbed that guy and throw him, if he had actually hit the ram, he would have actually panicked it. But it has decided to leave the fight, so you know what, I'm just gonna accept that and move on with my life. Yeah, it's a neat mechanic. It just, I feel like they leaned a little too heavily into it. Because so far this game has unfortunately suffered from some camera issues, which been kind of working around them, so they're not the worst. That 3-hit combo you see, well, 4 now that we've raised our whip level, is basically all of your regular attack that you have, as far as I've been able to find so far. And there is an unfortunate gap in between actions you can take, which can very frequently set you up for failure. And some of that may just be I need to adapt around it still, but those are all, like, the major caveats I've run into. Understandable. Oh, I know it's quite late for you, but I appreciate you bringing your community over. Hopefully you have a good night, and thank you again. I had another thought in mind and it has escaped me, but we will figure things out as we go. Oh, as per usual. Now, for all those that came in, and I will catch you up on what the thought process so far as connections to other mana games, and that is, we don't really know. Like, obviously the mana tree exists in this age, but, well, I don't know if it's necessarily the mana tree. They only call it a great tree at the moment. All the spirits already exist, but they've apparently kind of fallen into the background, as frequently happens in the Mana series, so I don't know where in the timeline any of this lines up. But this is apparently where a sacred sword gets involved and a goddess of mana is born. Much appreciated, Mal the Tank Man. Hopefully you have a good night, and I do appreciate the follow. I just don't tend to call them out anymore.
Shelby, how come you wear a feather on your head like that?
I wear this instead of my death flora.
What's the death flora?
Well, that's what the tree folk call their guardian plant charm.
Okay, so the plant charms do actually matter then. Okay.
This charm is a white flower.
I thought that was just a style thing, but I guess it does actually matter that they have those plant charms. We don't know much about the tree folk yet. We know that our boy here, Keldric, isn't one, and everybody else around here is one. Thank you, Anonymous, for the 5 gifted. Starting off a hype train. All those that wish to push the train along, by all means do so, but no one is obligated to. Interesting that I don't recognize some of the names in that list. But that's probably catching people that have been brought by recently. Did we just break all of that stuff behind me? I sure did. Because you can actually destroy a lot of things like pillars and bridges and such yourself, which is kind of neat. Yeah, the only way, in case I didn't make it clear enough before, to get any drops at all is by causing the panic mechanic to happen. Right, this thing doesn't freeze. Okay, a frozen rabbite looks pretty great, though. They just turn into a snow bunny instead of a regular rabbit. Oh, well, we broke all the verified runic pillars. All the verified ruins have been ruined. No. Oh, we're skating again. That is the thing that keeps happening to me randomly. As soon as I start sliding like that, he just doesn't stop. And I don't know why it's happening necessarily. Help. Help, I'm getting pinballed. Fire. Thankfully, since we're level 3 whip, we can now really throw heavy objects around like those pillars, which makes a huge difference, as you might imagine. Now, to explain what Keldric's weapon here is he found a random seed that embedded itself in his arm and now grew the plant that you see all around his hand there. That is providing both his whip, his sword, and actually a slingshot that you don't see me using that much aside from those elemental pellets. But all in all, very neat systems. Just really could have done with just like another QA pass, probably. Like, that's kind of the biggest thing I would say for this, is just like one more trip through the QA system might have done this game a world of good. Bonafide relic wall, huh? Not anymore. Ooh, there's some Undyne pellets over there. That's another thing that happens from time to time, but that might be the emulated controls acting up. That one I won't necessarily blame the game entirely on. Thank you for the 100 bits, Crimson. Much appreciated. Just in time for the ad break to end. Probable relic pillar instead of Bonafide, okay. Yeah, I kind of figured you were, because the timing was perfect on that one. Now, I know the Undyne pellets were over there. Is there anything else up here? Random goblin ambush. Enjoy barrel. There we go. Let's see. So, weren't the Undyne pellets over here, or did I grab them and not realize? Where are pellets? What? Oh. Huh. I must have missed them somewhere somehow. Well, I'm not that interested anymore. We have 6 pellets left. It'll probably be enough for anything I'm actually going to use them for. Since half the things we're running into around here are immune to ice anyway. Like this guy. So we'll just bully him with a barrel. Okay, even with level 3 whip, we can't move him. Ow. Thank you all for the level 2 hype train completion. Hopefully that did something? Nope. He just was completely out of range of that the entire time. Okay. Wait, we have level 2 magic. Use the healing spell, you fool. Our little fairy friend here, Faye, can cast multiple types of spells, but you have to level her magic up for her to use the particularly useful ones, like healing or attack speed increases. He doesn't seem particularly panicked by getting hit by a barrel. There we go. Okay, we got another Undyne from him. I guess since... Oh, maybe things that are of that element maybe give you more pellets of that element then. I didn't really notice that with the other one, but I was usually too busy dying. Hang on, I have a plan. The plan is the same as usual. Hurl large object at enemy. As you can see, the lock-on sometimes has very interesting ideas about what to do. Now, that crown you see over them is maximum panic. That also is what will make them drop the most items. And usually that panic will flow into other things near them. Not this time, apparently. This guy did not seem particularly concerned about watching his friend get obliterated. I know I hit myself with that barrel, but it also scared the hell out of the Duram, which is what I wanted. Well, never mind. In some ways, I guess you could look at this game as like a weird physics playground instead of the kind of action RPG hack and slash deal that it's trying to be. And it may actually work better in the realm of being a physics playground, because that focuses on strong point instead of the combat, which isn't the best. Get back here. One of these days, I will stop just fighting these directly in hand-to-hand combat and losing. I wanted to see how much better it went when we had a higher attack level. Turns out, not better enough. How did you recover so fast? Thanks, camera. Clearly, I wanted to look where I'm running. That part makes sense, but that's also not what I wanted at all. Because for those that don't know, it auto-locks the camera in the direction you're moving. So I don't actually have control over when he moves the camera around that way. So we unfortunately kind of get set for failure sometimes if I have to move away from something. And I could use the lock-on for that, but that then leads to different problems. Like not being able to see other things moving around. Of course, none of that counted. Why would it? Yeah, since we can't get mana back or anything without panicking things, we really do have to make use of this mechanic. There we go. Because those familiar with other mana games may remember just how ridiculously strong magic can be sometimes in those games. It's much more limited here by virtue of the fact that you can't just use items or anything to get magic back constantly or anything like that. So you have a very stark limitation whenever things just end up not quite working out. There we go. Understandable, Crimson. It was great to see you, though, so have a good night. Yeah. Come back here. There we go. Now, sometimes it's hard to tell if the actual tendril's attached because it doesn't make the noise. Ow. God damn you, game. It's like, oh hey, we're gonna make it look like it attached to the cat, but it's actually attached to the pillar behind it. So you just throw the pillar uselessly away. Now you, sir, are an issue. But there's a solution to this issue. Except that didn't actually give me anything to throw. Never mind. We're just going all the way over here, then. I did not anticipate being able to move the wall so much, but you know what? That'll work. We will just go full physics on that. There we go. Now we have the mana to heal ourselves, so it's as if none of the things that went wrong in that combat went wrong, except we all know they all did. But that's just how it be sometimes. Now... Oh, save point. Okay. I was wondering why this canyon seemed so empty. And the answer was because it's another one of those rest periods where you get to save and then move forward again. Save points don't heal you, by the way, so that's a thing to keep in mind. You'll be in whatever condition you were in when you load that save. We learned that when we died in an earlier part of this very stage. Which, for the record, this is basically the second stage of the game, so it's a thing. Like, it's technically chapter 3, but the first chapter really may as well have not mattered. Because we were just chasing a tiny rabbite around, beating up very weak enemies that basically only served as a tutorial, and I can't even really say it was that strong a tutorial since I had to figure out a lot more things after that than I would have expected to. Whoop! I did not expect that to be a window. Well, I guess we're out here now. Does this boat actually work? It does. Huh. Oh, good. Throwing the boat just hurts me. As expected. I was wondering if there was gonna be special rules for the boat, in case people are wondering why I even tried that. Like, okay, he's standing in the boat. Maybe he's safe inside that from the physics hurting him. Why I thought any such thing would be true is beyond me. Much like I'm not sure why I think this rabbit will allow me to break this boulder. Nope. I probably needed to, like, keep salamander shots or something to break those. Why? What? Hang on. Did anybody else notice that? Yeah, I suddenly go way slower just next to the water, not even in it. That's so weird. Oh, this is breakable wall. Neat. Wait, just how much of this wall is breaking? Aside from a lot of it, is the rabbit behind me panics because the whole world is crumbling around it according to its perspective. Well then. That gets me a bunch of barrels. Okay. I heard a bunch more stuff moving, so I wanted to make sure that there wasn't like a whole big pile of stuff crumbling behind us and we were missing it. Ah! I angled that badly. Don't wash down the river. No. No, give. If you're wondering if I'm trying to bring this over to hit the rock, you'd be right. But it seems to not work, because that either hit like right here or right here, depending on where the pivot point of it actually landed, and I just don't think it's gonna work anyway. But you know, how about we just coast down the river on a piece of stone? That seems like a great means of navigating the ocean, right? Nothing wrong with this plan. All these rocks are really bothering me. Yeah, I do only still have undone shots, so I can't do anything with that. Wait, we didn't end up back in the river that I died in, did we? Because I feel like we're right where we died now. Just coming from the opposite direction. Or is this just a convenient looking similar river? No, this enemy arrangement seems the same too, but there wasn't a boat that I saw. Though he is washing downstream rapidly again. Just gradually getting away. Yeah, because I don't think there was a boat where we were before. Okay, they lost interest, and you know what? Mutually assured disinterest on that one. No, because we definitely came down here and found the... Oh, no, I know what happened, I think. I think we went in a big circle. Either that or this is an identical location going the opposite direction. Because remember, we started going into that little tunnel there. This is where we smacked myself in the head with the boat. There was a gnome still here. Yeah, because we had knocked these boulders down when we came from the other direction before. I am so, I think, rightfully confused right now.
Nothing helps like chocolate.
Yeah, I really do think we went in a giant circle. Well, that's awkward. question becomes, what do I do with that information? Is there even anything to do with that information? Because that's the save point we just used over there, I presume. Or... You know, that might be a lie. Thinking that I had any idea where we were or where we were going. That might be just a blatant inaccuracy on my part. I don't know why there's a question mark on that ABC. Or is that just you're thanking whoever the mystery person is? There you go. Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. It just took a second because a lot of my focus is elsewhere. Yeah, we are definitely going backwards because this is where we first picked up the Undyne. So I'm trying to parse the unclear level design we got going on here. Like, at least I know where I am now, but I'm still not entirely sure where I'm supposed to be going. Because unfortunately, the traditional strategy of just go forward doesn't actually work here. Because forward just led me in a circle. If we can get back, let's go back into the building. Because that's probably the correct direction. With an unfortunately huge emphasis on the probably part of that idea. Why did that suddenly... Like, I broke that before, and I guess that was the game catching back up to the fact that it was broken. Like, it might have forgotten while it was unrendered, and then it exploded. There we go. I know that looked like I was just bad jumping there, but there was a weird invisible lip on that for some reason. Yeah, the arrow says go that way, so I'm going to assume that that's the correct direction. And hopefully this actually leads us to the end of this chapter. We shall find out. Now, with how long it's taking us to complete each of these chapters, I have a distinct feeling that we would not make it to the how long to beat time for this, which I think was like 12 hours. So it in theory would end up being a 2-session game, and it may still end up only being 2 sessions, but it will be 2 longer sessions than previously anticipated or expected if it keeps on like that, which is hard to say. The music changed. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Apparently that boom bloom just would not let me throw it. That worked. We'll just pretend that that was my plan from the word go there.
Knock 'em dead.
Yeah, we're back into Mushboom territory, I see. Burn this all down. Just hack through this boy. Not what I meant to do. I forgot I still had the Undyne Pebbles selected. I meant to just shoot him with a regular pellet. Why is this still here? It all got set on fire. Shouldn't it have burned? Ah, okay. I guess that works. I think the fire like bypassed the regeneration that those tree bits had, and then we were allowed to destroy it from there. And we did get a salamander pellet back, which we're probably gonna need at some point. This music's entirely too peaceful for what we're doing here. Like, I get it. Nice peaceful forest, but... Nice peaceful forest full of... Oh, burn, death, slicing, attacking. Just does not necessarily match up. It's also not doing wonders for my personal energy level. There we go, plenty more salamander ammo. Which, for obvious reasons, is my favorite ammo so far. Shocking, the one that likes fire prefers the fire ammo. That's not the direction I told you to throw that, but sure. Oh, we got the little archer dudes that are always in these games. And are apparently really hard to hit. Huh. I wish to strike you so that I might remember your name. Oh, get back here. Wait, are you on my side? I think he's actually friendly. Weird. I was not expecting there to be any allied creatures in this game to begin with. Let alone those guys who are usually hostile. Yeah, no, he's an ally. Huh. I finally managed to get him to a spot on the minimap where I could actually tell that he had a white square. I'm just out here apparently trying to thrash my allies. That's unfortunately nothing new. Let's see. I keep feeling like I'm finding secret paths and then they actually just lead to more of the same area anyway. Because you would think that that whole burning the plant to get through the tunnel there would not have actually been a progress thing, but it seems like it absolutely was. Maybe this is like a secondary path to progress, but it's definitely a path to progress. Just gonna take you on a trip with me down this tunnel, friend. No, you don't have any choice in this journey. You're just going along for the ride. No, 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 no. Off the cliff with you. Oh, we got the golem troops now. It only took most of this section to find the golem troopers we were supposed to be taking out. Wow, they hit really hard. Oh. I got knocked into a cutscene, I guess. Oh, are they now teaching us about these guys being allies?
Leon says he wants to talk to you and the spirit child about something.
Alright. Thanks. That way? Okay. So I guess it's just a known thing that these little dudes are friends. So thanks for cutscening me into getting hit. That's always nice.
Who's the real
He's one of the Chobin Hoods who live in Wonderwood.
Chobin Hoods, that's the
I
thing.
wonder what's up.
I knew it was a weird, like, Robin Hood thing. I just couldn't remember what exactly it was anymore. This has been too long since I had played one of these. Because as I mentioned, they are a constant in mana games. Oh, he hadn't died yet. There we go. What the? The way they're looking at me when they draw that arrow really makes me suspicious of whether they're actually an ally or not. It's really just... Maybe it's just my brain, but I just expect to get shot whenever an ally draws a bow pointing it at me.
Treant is right over there.
Yeah, busy brawling with the creatures around here, but yeah, I probably should go talk to the Treant before I do too much.
Treant is waiting farther up.
Good. Good. I'm working on it. There's a lot of death around here, buddy. I know you guys are gonna do your best to protect me on that idea, but there's a lot of problems. I don't know. The fact that these can panic and the fact that they make pain noises when I hit them makes me really question the golem label on those golem warriors. But maybe those are like living spirits trapped in those suits of armor, so they still feel pain. Looks like there's a path up somewhere that I'm supposed to be taking. Well, that'll work. Don't know if that's how I was supposed to get up here, but that's how I got up here. And you, sir, are no longer up here. Goodbye. Yeah, I think I might have shortcutted a chunk of that stage jumping up here like that. But you know what? Worked. They can not say that it didn't work because I am here now. This is a hell of a day for my brain to be fogging out and being a pain. Burp. Why did this trigger twice? Well, fine, I'll save again. If the game really thinks I didn't save and I should make sure to save, we'll just go ahead and save again. Usually the player's the one being weird and wanting double saves, but no, that time the game's like, no, save again, make sure. Understand. I will not understand the concept of love, no. That is a different series entirely. There's something for like 5 of you out there to enjoy. Okay, this is silly. These are all 100% heals as far as mana and health go. Why is there 3 of them? Why? Why would you ever need 3 of them immediately together like that?
The great tree, through all eternity, has absorbed hatred, misery, and the futility of life. Together, these constitute the echoes of destruction.
The echoes of destruction?
Yes, reverberations from the darkest corners of the human heart.
I'm glad you've just been allowed to have this conversation, even though you were supposed to be being held hostage by those soldiers.
The young man the great tree has chosen. And the spirit child.
I'm Faye! We know. What do you want from us?
1,000 years ago, a young lady opened the door to Mavolia. And now, others wish to open it once again.
Well, why wouldn't they?
The Lorimarian army!
As long as I live and am able to contain this wicked power here, the door will never be opened. However...
So all they needed to do is cut the tree down. Boss fight?
The sword inside me reacts to the echoes utters by the maiden.
Joby! Get Ritzia away from here!
What about?
Not now, just hurry!
Okay.
I'm assuming Treant's turning evil and I'm gonna have to fight him.
And from this world in which I've been
Okay, Evil Tree time. So what's your deal, Evil Treant? Aside from being purple and crystalline.
You've come. I have been waiting for you, Siam, keeper of the seed. Empty your heart.
Mind the flashing when I'm hitting him.
Eternal darkness. Be enveloped by the weakest curse and despair.
How about we don't? How about we don't do any of that?
I'll skewer you.
It'll be rather hard to skewer me when you're on fire. Now, he said something about a sword trapped inside him. Thanks for announcing every attack you're doing, by the way, hey, Mr. Tree Man.
I'll skewer you. The seal on the door to Mavolia will be broken.
So is Illusia and Mavolia the same place? Or is there actually a difference? Something to think about while I'm pummeling this tree. Seems like while he's in the middle of an attack, I can't actually hit him with that. Ah! Oh, interesting. They're now Mavolian logs. Well, we're running out of salamander pellets, which is slightly concerning. Quit making bad tree puns. Knock it off.
I'll skewer you. I'll skewer you.
If only there was a way to make more of them.
Well, there probably is. We're probably supposed to be doing some kind of mechanic around here to make those pumpkin bombs a thing, instead of just hitting him with salamander shots over and over again. He is just going ham. God damn it. I'm just trying to activate the right moves here. Well, power up will have to do. God damn you. I can't get lined up now because he's just going crazy. Oh great, now I'm stuck up here. Thanks, game. Love that for me. Well, so much for that whole plan of just powering up and then finishing him off. Now I'm gonna have to do this the stupid way, probably. Oh, there's fire. Where did his face go? Wait. Oh, I can break the tendrils. Okay. That's there we go. God damn you. Useless goddamn camera in this video game.
I'll skewer you. I'll skewer you.
Watch out!
I'll skewer you.
Like, I just cannot line up anything because it is convinced you need to be pointing where you're looking, and it's just like, that's great, but I need to look and move in two different directions.
Go, forest dwellers. Follow your instinct. I'll skewer you. I'll skewer you.
Yes, clearly I didn't want the thing that was the mechanic for this fight. There we go. So that probably would have been a much more painful and drawn-out encounter if we didn't have the salamander shots on hand. But as usual, the crystal was the important part. Now, did we actually kill Treant, or did we just free him? That's the question. That doesn't look good, though, so I'm going to assume that's a problem. So we might have made things worse. Overall, still not a terrible rating. Oh, hey, we got a total of 300 attack medallion, so we have the emblem of novice. Oh, so I just have a baseline increased attack power. Ogre Knight emblem, boost max HP a bit. Apprentice Sorcerer, boost max MP. Emblem limit rose. Ah. Okay. So we actually have to actively choose to activate those medallions. Okay. Looks like we did free him. And we freed a spooky sword. Guess we'll be taking that with us. That's probably a good idea to have on hand.
Treant! Are you okay, Treant?
For so long I had kept that filthy sword locked inside my body, but it seems I reached my limit. Maiden Ritzia, turn your ears to the whispers of the tree and to the murmurs of your soul.
But how would I?
By believing, it will come. The setting of the stars, the dawn of Mana.
Oh, there's the title.
Go to Mortmont. See the conservator.
That really in that
land,
font looks like Mort.
The guardian beast.
The guardian beast? You mean the real thing?
You must go there for help. Go to Mortmont.
Mountain
Mort.
of death.
Such is your destiny. No, there are ways to resist one's fate.
Fate, huh?
We defy fate on a regular basis. We should probably do something about that sword that's just sitting there where something can grab it. Oh, hi. That's a problem.
I thought you might be part of this.
So you were the one hiding the sword, keeping it inside you. I'm so glad to see that you finally coughed it up.
Kendrick, Ritzia, the world is in your hands now.
Well, that's unfortunate timing, huh? We're really on a roll of ruining things right now, huh? Oh, and he's gonna get the sword, too. We probably should have done something about that instead of just staring at the tree the whole time.
Imbued with the tree's power and the evil of the echoes is rightly called the Sacred Sword of Mana.
Oh, that is a version of the mana sword, huh? That's concerning.
I think I'll have all of you accompany me on my errands. That way, you'll be able to share with me everything Treant told you.
Ritzia!
Keldy, run away.
Oh, this is an interesting reversal.
We both know that you won't hurt me.
Ritzia, how come... I don't get what's going on!
Keldy, please. For my sake. And the sake of the world, leave.
Let me just fight the evil dude. I got this. Okay, fine.
A pointless display.
He really is just that bored with it.
Good idea where he's headed.
Well,
There's
he
no
probably
escape
heard that,
route
yeah.
now.
Considering the tree was talking quite loud.
Disturbing news from Elusia Isle reached the outside world. The leaders of each country hastily gathered at the palace in Tupple.
Oh good, they're just not ignoring the situation.
The kingdom on the lake. Brother of Moti of Jad. The desert commonwealth. Millionaire the Niccolo of Wendell. The kingdom in the woods.
And from Ish, the land of fire, King Watts.
But these leaders were unwilling to send their armies
Of course
against
they
the
were.
terrible might of Lorimar.
And not only that, but they couldn't even agree on what to do next.
Also, of course.
Time dragged on as meandering discussions led to nowhere.
I'm so glad that they're just sitting here having this discussion while the fate of the world is falling apart around their ears. Typical bureaucracy. Just let that be known, as usual. Don't rely on nations to save the world. Ah, there we go. They're teaching us about emblems now. Arc of Achievement that boost Keldrick's abilities. At first, you can activate 2 emblems. Later on, you can activate up to 5. Well, I already can activate 3, so I'm going to ignore you about that game. You can obtain emblems by meeting certain criteria or by buying them at the Arena General Store. Oh, so there is a store. You can activate emblems at the start of a chapter or arena bout, but you cannot change them until that segment is over. Okay, so the arena is what that 0 out of 32 bouts thing is all about too then. Okay. That makes a bit more sense. And we of course know what all of our emblems do, and there's no reason for me to not just activate all of them since we can only activate 3 and we only have 3. So there we go. Looks like we still don't have access to the arena. But I assume we would have had access to it at that screen. Chapter 3, The Guardian and Gaia. Well, this went well for everyone involved. Boulder just slightly slides past him. Oh god! It's gonna eat me. And since that was a gob rock, that presumably means another goblin threw that at the rest of the goblins. I would logically assume trying to kill me, but you know, just not doing great teamwork. Ah, Wisp. So now we'll have access to light magic, I presume.
Have no fear, for I am here. My light is so amazingly bright.
Yeah, you are a little blinding.
Lose their sight. Brilliant, no?
I mean, as long as I don't get blinded in the process. Yeah, your icon really looks the most like you out of all of them so far. So I guess let's see what the wisp pellets do for us. Okay, it's just a blinding stun.
The Lorimar army got the jump on us.
It's almost like they knew where we were going. Oh, he's got a crossbow. Or hand thing. Weird. Just disassemble this. So I guess this proves that the army is either using these goblins as shock troops or just generally have some kind of arrangement. It seems entirely too convenient that they would both happen to be here. But I guess these goblins aren't particularly territorial, perhaps. And we just got a snake chilling on a rock.
Isn't like any other.
How so?
Not really sure.
Well, it keeps raising up every time I hit it, so that's something. Now it's a lift stone. I couldn't hit it for a second there. And apparently that caused it to have immense amounts of panic? Question mark? Either that or the goblins' panic spread to it as they ran up in crown panic. Hard to say. Ow. I got bit by the side of a rabbit. There we go. Huh. You know, I'm not really sure what to do with this current situation. You know what? I was gonna throw you in there, but I guess if you want to jump in on your own, that's fine. I was gonna say, let's see how these golems handle being underwater, and, well... he's decided to help science out, I guess. Oh, this is gonna be a thing, huh? What? I am so confused by how the physics of this game work. Okay. I think the enemies don't really know how to do anything in this world either. With how much they fall off ledges and jump off cliffs and everything. What? What the... What is happening with this plant? Help. It almost looked like it was pointing this way, where we were trying to go. But it just seemed really weird about it. God damn you, game. Well, he died somehow. Oh, I think the birds were actually attacking him. So I guess there is infighting between factions. God damn it. I know this looks like a very simple jump, and in actuality it is, until you try to jump how this game wants you to jump. Which is, not great. Come on. There you go. Fine, you want to guard your way to victory? Why can't... God, the vertices in this game are disgusting. Because that should have taken him off the cliff, and instead he was just wedged in the floor there and could not be moved. Go forth, rocks, for the good of the city. Oh, come on. Why is that just like non-standable terrain up there? But they can stand on it. No, you're just getting ejected. I don't even feel like killing you. Just go away. Be gone. Giving them a second chance at life here. Oh, this is gonna end poorly. Oh, I didn't drop it on my own head this time. Look at me go. Look at me growing and becoming a better rock mover.
Hey, it's the sport with the feather.
Rude. Yes, all the way over there is exactly where I wanted to swing in that around, yes.
There goes my diet.
Oh, I guess that's what the chocolate thing he talked about before was, is the music notes are made out of chocolate. Ow. Nope, I'm just gonna stay here. I like it better on the ground here. Hard to do anything about these guys up on small ledges, as it turns out, because our jump attacks are terrible. And for some reason, you can't grab them when they're on those, which is another very strange decision to add to the pile of strange decisions this game is built out of. I don't know where all these rabbits came from in amongst all of this, but I guess they're here.
Kelby, how come your charm isn't some kind of flower?
Well, that's because I wasn't born on this island like the others.
I feel like we had this discussion already.
It was a gift from Ritzia, so the guardian beast will watch over me.
That is the O of someone who's pretending to understand what they were just told. Ow. Okay. Yeah, no. You're not getting off that easily. You decided to get involved in this. So now you will pay for getting involved in this. I've tuned out of the music of this game so much that I'm not even sure if this is a track that was playing before or not. So I'll be honest, there's been a certain layer of my mind that's just not been here at all today, and I can't really put my finger on why. It's just one of those things. Like, part of it may just be my mind does not want to engage with what this is. It may just be my mind is just tired. I don't know. Not really sure why running straight to your hobgoblin leader there was a great idea, guys, but you know what? It worked out for me. Oh, we've actually been poisoned, huh? The good news is we actually know how to cure things. I don't know if that was actually a proper poison or not, but I figured it was a better idea to safety net get rid of that. I think he's trying to say magic missile, but I keep hitting him before he actually finishes casting whatever he's doing. I'm not really entirely sure what's going on with that one. Open up. I mean, that's one way to have a door open via a key, I guess. Insert key, door explode. But onward and upward for us, I suppose. Well, somewhat upward. Not sure what happened to the frames there for a second, but that's most definitely concerning. I'm very interested to see the arena, though. As much as that may lead to regret, I'm curious. Oh, I see how I ended up doing the double save thing now. The trick to it is you have to hit it in order to activate it, but any contact you make with it after you hit it triggers the save. It's not great ideas, but it works, I guess. Also, these blowtorches that are being used as torches are certainly an aesthetic, and I'm kind of here for it. They're very dangerous, but they're also kind of neat. I can't say I've seen exactly that before. So that one gets my attention. They'd probably be great for warding off intruders, too, because you could just hook them up to spew extra fire if somebody, like, pulls a lever or something. Gaia, I presume?
You need the power of the Tree of Life?
It would be helpful.
My power creates a mist that makes most living creatures drift off to a deep sleep.
Oh, that explains how you would have a means of doing the same thing everybody else is doing. Which, if there's one thing to say about the spirits' abilities in this game, it is, unfortunately, them all doing just different flavors of quite literally the same thing. They all stop enemies He's an incite panic on them in their flavored way. In this case, by putting them to sleep. Maybe to keep them inactive. I feel like more could have been done with that, but you know, it is what it is. Nap time. Yeah, see, all it does is cause a panic meter for him, but it doesn't actually do anything significant. He's not even really asleep, he's more paralyzed than anything, judging from the, like, staticky effect on him. And maybe I'm being nitpicky with things like that, but this is just me pouring out the thoughts I'm having as we're going through this. And I'm not entirely sure what else I would have had the spirits do, other than every spirit tended to give you an array of spells in most other mana games.
Was once used as a mine, but it was taken over by goblins a long time ago.
I feel like this is supposed to be... Oh. Why did that sink? I don't understand, and I'm therefore going to ignore it. He says, knowing full well that that's probably going to be necessary at some point. Get these rocks off of here. Be gone. It is interesting how they keep calling things like the rocks a variety of different names instead of, oh yeah, it's just a rock. Like, no, that one's a puny rock, even though it's the same size as the other rocks. And some of them are gob rocks, and some of them are this, some of them are that. Like how all the rune walls and such had a variety of different names. Nope, didn't make it. But yeah, it just feels slightly weird having the spirits be so basic in this, I suppose is the thing. Compared to, like, getting a light damage spell and some other light spells when you get Wisp, some fire spells when you get Salamander, etc. down the line in most other mana games. But if they are framing this as, like, the early days of mana, then I guess it makes sense that a lot of that stuff just doesn't exist. Like, the spirits aren't that established. People don't have a great connection with them to use them to do a variety of things yet. Like, that's probably why we need a vessel like the pellets in order to use them in the first place. At least that's the logic I'm following right now. Whether any of that's even close to the intention is a whole other question. But needing a medium in order to access their power makes sense. And that's why we have a finite amount of the means to use them instead of just needing mana to use them like we are with phase power. But that's also where that gets called into question a little bit, if you think about it. Is if we have magic via Fae, why don't we have more magic by virtue of the access Fae has to magic? Like, you would think Fae would be learning how to do a few spells each spirit you get. But I guess since Fae is a spirit child, then that's probably why Fae can't do more than a few basic things, rather than being used as a conduit for the other spirits, basically. I don't know. Just that popped to mind, and the thoughts aren't fully fleshed out. But I think the logic there is sound. I just don't know if there's really any meaningful follow-through on that that I can really do. I'm starting to understand why they don't really do this type of game much ever again. Like, they stick mostly to, like, isometric action RPGs and such instead of this whole third-person action game. Which, that's another thing that would probably make some of the issues this is having make sense, is the fact that they don't really do this that often, especially by the point that this game came out. Because this was, I think, like a 2007 or so, I think I saw when I was looking into this. I'm gonna burn your butt. Really, that didn't set the other one on fire, huh? But you're also gonna just ignore me as I kill your friend. You know what? This is fine. I can live with that exchange. Bunch of money, some food, and another button pushed. I assume pressing all these buttons is gonna like open a gate or something. Yeah.
What is this for?
It looks like some kind of lift.
Oh yeah. Number of buttons you press means what floor you go to. Well, we pressed 3 buttons, so I guess we're going to the 3rd floor. Unless our goal is to go all the way, and that's why we need all the buttons. Okay, our objective's somewhere around here. Well, good luck stopping me. I do appreciate that they actually can speak and will talk to you, though. It's like, no, don't take my things. Joke's on you, I'm taking your things. Though, apparently your thing was one of the buttons I needed, so you didn't really have a choice on that one. Like, this game has charm. I have to give credit where it's due. This game does have some charm. Like little things like that guy getting chucked by the door and odds and ends like that. Like the characterization and the... oh, really the writing in general and the set piecing and such works just fine, just like any other mana game. It really is just, I think, the fact that they tried something different with this one. With it both being a 3D platforming adventure and just the general way that there's so many mechanics that really were not showcased in any other mana game that I know of, at the very least. And just not all of it worked. But you know, that's fine, that happens. Okay, looks like our path up is actually over there, though we just opened that door. Or did we not? Was this the door that opened and flung the guy? No, that's the door we just came out of. But it's another door like this that opened. But I think that door was higher up. Could you not? I'm trying to navigate here, buddy. I got other things to be doing rather than playing with you. Oh, hi there. I'm gonna burn your butt. I feel like this is supposed to be doing something. Like it's supposed to be interfering with me way more than it is, and it's just kind of hanging out. I can't help but notice, though, that that's where my objective marker is. Am I supposed to, like, walk under you so you attack me? Huh. I feel like we may have a problem. Because he seems to be stuck. Oh, guess I'm just gonna ignore you and go for the door we opened then. Got some kind of cannon here. Maybe the cannon's a thing I'm supposed to do something with. 2 tips regarding the gob cannon. Don't hit the cannon. This could send a deadly cannonball straight at you. What? Don't hit the lever on the back. This will redirect the cannon. What the fuck? Why would hitting the cannon send a cannonball at me? That doesn't make sense. Okay, now it's taking action, so I'm assuming the cannon is how we're supposed to fight this thing then. And that's why it was being weird. Huh. Well, see, the levers are for redirecting the cannon, but they seem to only do horizontal changes, not vertical changes. I also can't really look while I'm firing this thing, because it keeps snapping the camera back down when I swing, which is very annoying. Oh, you know what it might want me to... It might want me to shoot it with a pellet to fire it. No? Okay. What did I just shoot you in the face with a bunch of pellets? Also, can I just say the constantly spawning birds thing was kind of annoying? Are there more levers? No, there's only the 2, so there's only horizontal aiming allowed for this thing. I remain confused as to exactly what it wants from me here. Is like the cannon's pointed as well as it's ever going to be pointed at the... Oh, no, I see what it wants, I think. No? You would think the idea would be to grab the handle there and tip the cannon back in order to aim higher, but no, that doesn't work either. What the hell is the point to this thing, then? Like, obviously the game doesn't want me doing that right now, I guess. Because the objective is elsewhere, but, like, what's the point of that being there? It's so weird. Like, maybe there's something I need to do first, and then that works correctly. Because I feel like that dragon's meant to be, like, maybe not the boss fight, but, like, at least an important thing to do. Fuck's sake. Can't look around at all because I just get poisoned or fucked with or annoyed in some way, shape, or form. Oh, all that lift just to go up that height, huh? Okay. I know it said to go the other way. I was just trying to make sense of my surroundings here for a moment. Don't mind me. Oh, I think we need to go higher. Not that I can look around at all, because I'm just gonna get spat on by a snake that it promptly throws itself off a cliff. But then somehow gets back up here again. What? Are they just like falling from above or something? What is happening here? There just keeps being more snakes for some reason. It's getting rather annoying. Yeah, did I or did I not just kill these a second ago? And yet here we are again with just as many snakes. Okay, this does go higher up. Okay. That was what I was trying to make sense of, but I couldn't get a coherent thought out because every time I turned my head even slightly, my entire screen turned purple again. Okay, we're going higher again because there's nothing here. Like, I know that's trying to keep you moving and keep the tension up, but all it did was be annoying. Because they're not really even a threat, they're just kind of there. Also, just kind of leaving the whole dragon issue alone, I guess. It just doesn't matter. So we're just going. Don't understand. I genuinely don't understand at all. Well, here's a save point. So yeah, I guess we're just leaving. I guess the dragon's optional? Question mark? The decisions made in this game continue to confuse me. Yeah, they're still spawning enemies and such, so...
Right away, Gog! Retreat!
Well, that's a shame for them. Turns out the dragon followed me. Now, there's another cannon. Maybe that other cannon was just a tutorial on how to use the cannon, and now this is the one where you're actually supposed to use it? Question mark? Is it the right height? I don't know. Uh-oh. Let's just let that be their problem.
Right where the masked guru said you'd
be. Okay, so I guess the masked man that has the mana sword now is called the masked guru then. And of course, since they're a masked character, I'm sure there's gonna be some reveal at some point of who they are. And might be something relevant? Who knows? I'm mostly setting these guys on fire out of spite at this point, if I'm honest. Just spite toward the fact that they keep shooting at me and getting in my way and doing all the things they're supposed to be doing to be actual useful enemies. Still totally holding it against them anyway. Though, admittedly, I also need to be doing that in order to get what I need in order to build up our strength anyway. And I will say, we do seem to be, like, noticeably a little bit stronger at the very least, thanks to the emblems. Because I feel like we had less trouble before we got our power-ups this time. But this might have just been a more reasonable stage, too. Why is this barrel here? Guess that's just a barrel to be a barrel. What do I know, right? Oh, good. Now we have fire mole cats. Though they're very purple. You'd think they would be more oriented towards shade, but I guess, you know, that's just the color scheme they chose for that enemy type. And that's fine. They do look cool. Where? Oh, I guess they fell down. You know what? That's fine. Golem wizards? Yep, golem friars. Where did that shot go? There we go. Like, for some reason it didn't auto-target to anything, so it just shot off into the ether somewhere. And I'm kind of confused as to why. There we go. Oh, and another one. This was the other one that was there to begin with and fell off a while ago, I think. Put the Durham to sleep again, so we can farm him for points. Because Lord knows we need all the help we can get at this point. Because no sooner was I commenting that this stage was a little easier than the last part, they pick up the slack on that one. It's like I insulted them and they're like, okay, fine, you want it harder? Okay, here you go. Enjoy all the things you don't like. There we go. Meant to knock the stack over, but somehow I managed to throw the one specific crate I grabbed straight into this man's face. Not really sure how I managed that one, but you know what? We take those.
Let's kill him and present his head to the masked guru.
Did he send you to kill me? I would assume they did. Oh boy. That was a mistake. Mistake that worked out though, is we found more wisp shots. Is we do want to keep some of every shot on hand based on the way the last boss fight went. Now, these two must be the ones that were talking. You know, for all that these guys presented such a problem for the village, they really are a bunch of chumps. But I guess not everyone has a magic sword or born of a all-powerful tree. Ow. And you know, we do have the whole we're the protagonist thing.
You'll not use my minecart.
Use your minecart? That's a great idea.
And don't think I let you switch Jack either, dog.
You guys are just full of great ideas that I'm now gonna use. I just want you to know that. It's almost like you wanted me to do this. Okay, so let's have a look at this, shall we? 4 equals key, 8 equals magic, 12 equals attack, oh no, 12 equals health, 16 equals attack, and then 20 equals some weird like crystal flower, though we had gotten like an angel urn at some point. Which I don't know if we ever actually get to manually use that or anything. That just might be a thing that exists. Oh. Apparently select is just a control guide. No, I don't need to do anything with that. Button? I'm assuming based on how you have everything set, the minecart will go either somewhere and come back, or it would take you somewhere, and I've messed up by hitting it without... Oh no, there's the minecart. It's coming back empty, though. The thing I'm trying to... Okay, it's currently pointing blue. At least, I'm assuming that's what that means. No, I don't... Yeah, because that seems like it'll stop the minecart right now. Or at very least that would block me riding the minecart. Oh no, I think that's because the minecart's currently in motion. So we can't like switch the tracks while it's moving. I think. I'm trying to understand what they want here. Because the presumption is button make minecart go, and these two allow me to move where the cart is going. Because they said both the switching of the track and the minecart. Okay, the face switched here, so I don't know what that means. But now I can pull these levers again. You know, what's stopping me just walking? Like, what's stopping me just walking on the minecart track here? And ignoring all of these mechanics? Well, part of it is these... Oh, Jesus. But yeah, part of it is the track's a mess. Look at how many of these faces there are all over the place. Good lord. Like, they really expect you to just go all in with this whole track switching mechanic, apparently. Those cannons don't have switches to turn them. Hello, random goblin. Perish. The game wants me to go over that way. Like, obviously the dragon's there, and then there's also something in that direction that it wants me to get to. Oh! I think I'm starting to understand slightly. Because our map seems to have carried over the cart map. Which is somewhat useful. Except I only partially understand what the intention behind that was to begin with. Like, obviously I understand what it was telling me as far as following each of the tracks around meant. I did not mean to end up this far down, but as usual, jumping to somewhere you can't see leads to disaster. But yeah, the numbers are the thing that I don't understand what it meant. Like, I would assume it's X amount of turns. Like, the cart turns that many times and it'll give you what you're looking for type deal, but I don't know. It might be the tired brain, it might be just a significant lack of coherency as far as what it's projecting there. But either way, it led to me not having any clue what to do with that idea. And judging from all of the splits and such in the track here, I think I'm happier just walking on these tracks instead of trying to use them appropriately. And I think I'm going the wrong way on them. But I'll be the first to say that I'm not sure about any of the things I'm saying. I think I need to get over there to where that goblin sign is, past the dragon. Yeah, you. I'm talking about you. Take a nap. Or I'll just hit the cannon over there, I guess. So I'm pretty sure I can't jump from where those guys are up. But I'm also pretty confident that if I try to make a crazy jump from here, it's not gonna end well. Well, I guess I may as well try. Nope, didn't make it. Oh, I see. It wouldn't let me fire another Dryad shot till the other one had finished its thing. I was like, why can't I shoot? It's because I think the other one was either still traveling or still, like, dissipating the fog that had set off. Oh. Moving platform. Do those come back down or do they stay up there? Okay, they come back down eventually. But we might be able to use that. Keyword to that being might. Especially when you don't make the jump. This camera is the worst thing in this game. Okay, landing on it is enough. Hitting it didn't have to happen. I think it's because we technically landed on top of it before then that it lifted off the first time. That puts me back up here. So I think this is a you fucked up. Here, come back up here. Or thing. Perhaps. Unless you actually can make that jump. You know what, the hell with it. We're going the low road. Because where we need to be is quite literally just right over here anyway. So I think I'm overcomplicating this to hell and back again. Yeah, because we just need to be right here. Shade? Yep.
Good evening. I bid you welcome. My darkness brings forth a mist of despair that gradually sucks an enemy's strength.
That might be useful. I don't remember the little sparkle thing above Shade's head normally being there in any of the other designs for Shade I've seen. But hey, we have Shade now, so that's good. Okay, so now we're in another area, I guess. So we didn't go... Yeah, even though it looks kind of like we went in a circle, I don't think we quite went in a circle. Unless the entire reason for that... No, that is a dead-end cave. So the entire reason to go in there was to get Shade. Okay. And we have most of the spirits now, I think. We have Gaia, we have Shade, we have Wisp, we have Salamander, we have Jin, we have Gnome. I can't think of any more. I think we have at least had just about all of them. Fun fact, there's an edge to these that you can't jump once you reach. Yet another one of these games that commits the cardinal sin for platforming of not having a clear defined edge to your platform so you can tell when you're supposed to jump off of them and when you can jump off of them in order to get anywhere. Hey there, Sophie. How's today going for you? That's not really doable either. Don't really even need to bother with those goblins, just knock them out of the way. Nice, nice. Hope that's been going well for you. It certainly can go rather interesting sometimes, in my experience. Nice, nice. Use his platform to get up here. Yep. Wants me to go this way around, and we can get where we're going, I think. After a fashion, anyway. But I feel like I've been here already. And again, I jumped around a lot of this higher area. It's been going alright so far. This game is a little jank, but overall fun. Hey Morg, how you doing? Everybody coming out of the woodwork. Let's go ahead and launch that guy down there. Ah, I think I might have gone places out of order when I was doing this stage. That's why this isn't making sense. So I was following the path I found, and I think it's the wrong way around. I'm doing alright so far. Little tired, but you know, I live the tired life constantly. And it's definitely snowed a fair bit here. Nothing to worry about at the very least, just the snow exists. Thank you for subscribing, Sophie. Much appreciated. Let's see, does it want me to go down there? No, I don't think so. I think it does want me to go into the caves we were in before, if I'm understanding what it's asking for correctly. Which takes a certain amount of interpretation with the way this game is so far. Yeah, I think we need to go into that cave where that golem's walking around over there. He thought I was gonna fight fair, and then I just trip him. Oh wow. Yeah, that would make it exciting at the very least if it's been like 5 years since the last snow. See, I used to get snow every year where I lived originally, so I've just kind of been over snow for the longest time. And we still get snow here decently often as well. Just get rid of the mole cats. Weirdly shaped ledge this is. Ah, there's a ladder over here. That I didn't make it to. Okay. Ah, okay. Well, yeah, it'll be a great time for a dog to play around in it for sure. And you know, it's always great to see a dog react to snow for the first time too. This is going well. He's gonna keep knocking me down as I climb up this. Whoop. And the game wanted to throw me off of there too. Yeah, this is where the minecart was, as I do believe. Yeah, so now we're supposed to be doing something with the minecart. Ooh, that's a decent amount. I assume you're prepared for it and everything already. Like, you've got all your essentials and everything. In among probably a bunch of people panicking because if that area doesn't see snow that often, that means everybody's gonna lose their mind. Presumably I need to get that key, so I need 4. Problem is, they use a lettering scheme over here, but a numbering scheme here. Oh, that says hit. I could not read that for the life of me when I looked at that the first time. So I need to ride in the minecart and successfully hit those amounts in order to do what we need to do here. Okay, good. At least you got what you needed. That's the important part. Yeah, wait for the minecart to come around and then it'll be loaded in. Oh, so I don't think these actually switch the tracks. I think these faces here are what switches the tracks. No, that's just a gob target. Well, we might have this go horribly wrong, but I've already started the process, so we just gotta hit as many targets as I can as I'm going around. What? Oh, right, I'm still using special rounds, wasting shade shots left and right. Oh, good, the bottom of those count. Excellent. Got the key. Now, was it really just that short a trip? Or did I... No, I had that pointing the wrong way around, I think. Did it spat me out here? Yeah, because we ended up in the pink path. We got the key, though. So technically we got the thing we needed, so I don't have to do that again. But I'm wondering if the cart will take me to where the key is used, if I take the correct path. So let's try that one more time. Also, actually using the correct ammo to do this effectively instead of firing every few minutes. You know, slowly figuring out what I'm doing here. I'm glad at least I don't have to melee the targets as we go by them. I was a little worried that that was how that was gonna work. Though it appears that the targets that I have hit might have disappeared because there wasn't a target in here anymore. And hopefully nobody's getting motion sick with the way this is moving. I don't really have much choice. Oh, I see. They have to be facing the right way around as well, I think. But yeah, it seems to still dump me out here. So let's test it one more time. And I know I said only one more after that, but I'm thinking. Brain is processing. So those switches must actually matter for that. I'm trying not to sit here and play the constant camera fiddle game to get up this slope here, but it really just hates you otherwise, so I have to. This sure was a decision, but it's fine. We're making it work. Because the problem is, I don't really get an indicator of anything there. Because, like, it doesn't change on the map either. Like, I have no information to work off of as far as I can tell for what these track switches mean. It just becomes a gamble, I guess. Thankfully, they seem to only have two states, up and right. So, let's try with one to the right and one up and see what happens. Oh wait, it's yellow this time. So we should end up taking the yellow track, which spits us out over there. Okay. I'm starting to understand it a little more, but this entire arrangement is a little weird. Not a lot weird, just a little. I'm not gonna worry about the targets anymore. Or I don't think. Though we seem to get immediately rewarded with the thing we earn, so maybe I will shoot them. I don't know. It'll depend on how this path looks. Whether this feels like a good idea to go flying around in first person again or not. And now we're going this way. Yeah, because there's... I can also just hit the target. It physically as we go by. Oh great, I fell out. Love that for me. Get back here, cart. Oh, that was the end of the cart's path anyway. You know, I feel like this is the opposite of what I wanted. Ending up all the way down here at the very least. I think we wanted to end up where that lift stone is. This is a really neat idea for an area. I'm just not entirely sure it's executed correctly. Come on, game. Quit being so jank, please, for just a second. You can go back to being jank after I make the jump. Just, I need you to work with me here for a second, instead of constantly fighting me about everything I do. Okay, where is he? Where's the bastard? You. You need to die. Because you threw off my entire mojo there. Nope, you come here. You and I are gonna have a conversation. And it mostly involves you being bludgeoned around the head until you cease functioning. Good talk. Anyway. Oh, we have another volunteer, do we? Quit guarding. Guarding is for big people. You are not big people. Are they just gonna keep infinitely spawning? Is this just a thing you've decided to do, video game? Okay. Never mind. This seems like a doable jump. You just have to be really precise with it, which is difficult to do with the nature of this game. There we go. This way we don't have to make that entire trip around again. You know, except the fact that I just get knocked out of the air instantaneously, is they decide to be effective only when it's really annoying. Not at any other point in time. Okay. You need to be taught a lesson too now. Oh good, they got set on fire by their own ally. You know what, I can live with that result. Get back where I can reach you. Okay. Now, can I be allowed to actually make progress here, game? So we stop wasting everyone's time here? Very good. So I think all this is doing is bringing me back to where we were. Is, again, that's probably just a, nope, you chose the wrong track again. Am I going back or forward? I'm going back. Okay, good. Which means I need to pick another different track path. And I think we were on the pink path originally. So, what does this one do? It seems to still be yellow, question mark? Or is it just not gonna change until I hit the button? It's not gonna change until I hit the button. Now it's pink again. Or was it... Because, like, I feel like green is the one we want, because green's the really long path. Because pink's the one that swirls around and goes nowhere. Unless we were on blue before. Because blue also cuts off pretty quickly. So I guess we may as well ride it on the pink path and see if this is different. But I feel like that's what the button looked like when we just did what we did before. I just don't remember the lever layout, so I feel like I'm just in an awful Groundhog Day situation right now, where I'm just doing the same thing over and over again, and slowly going insane. All I want to do is make progress and leave this absolute nightmare of a stage. Yep. That's what I thought. We were on the pink path before. Okay. So both levers pulled in is pink, and we don't want that. It also doesn't change until you actually hit the button, which is annoying, is that basically means you have to commit your choice in order for it to tell you what your choice did, which basically means this takes significantly longer than it needs to in order to get anything done. That's yellow again. That's useless. Because my memory is such right now that by the time this allows me to touch this button again, I'm going to have forgotten the configuration I had. And this is why this is turning into such a nightmare right now. Because my brain is so completely disinterested in this puzzle that I cannot get it to hang on to the information it needs to hang on to for this puzzle, if that makes sense. Because this just isn't an interesting puzzle. We're just gonna let the cart go so that hopefully I will be able to hit the buttons again without having to climb back up here for the I've lost count time. But if that's yellow, then... well, hang on. Then unless the yellow state is just one lever pulled, one lever not pulled, then the reverse should be something else. And we had blue. No, we didn't have blue. But I'm also not sure where blue would go. I'm not even sure blue is a thing. I think I'm seeing the colors merging and the pink is looking like blue. Oh yeah, and you know, his attack arc is so stupid that we hit the button when we're trying to hit the lever. I'm understanding more and more by the minute why this is yet another one of those games in a series that's decently well known, but you never hear about this one. I think I'm starting to get an idea why we don't hear about this one. Now we gotta wait for the entire cart trip to happen again, which the good news is, at the very least, that the... oh no, because it's the yellow path now, and the yellow path's actually decently long. Realistically, though, it's physically impossible for a cart to crash into another cart with the way this is designed, so they really should just let you do the thing. Yeah, spinning will clearly work. You're right, Sophie. It will clearly save everything. Now, can I just get positioned so I don't hit the button again? There we go. Now let's try both of them up. That's blue. So blue is an option. I thought blue was an option. Unless this is somehow green and I don't know what I'm doing. I'm steadily losing my mind more and more the longer I deal with this. But spinning for good luck seems like a reasonable enough decision here. Till the physics starts breaking, but you know, that's fine. Hopefully this does something, but I have a feeling, based on what I'm looking at there, that blue is not going to do a good thing for me. I feel like what we need is green, which means it must be when the opposite of what yellow was is pulled. We'll end up with the green path. And I think you might actually be able to tell based on the banding on the tracks, but that involves walking up and down the entirety of these tracks in order to find out where the banding changes. And I ain't here for that. I'd rather ride this thing 30 times than walk all up and down the entirety of these tracks to find out where the correct path actually is. There's also a very real possibility we're just gonna get knocked out of the damn cart. Oh hey, he hit the target for me. Okay, that spits me out here. Which is not where we need to be. but it might be convertible into where we need to be, question mark? So I believe this is the track we needed to be on. So if I just walk this to victory here, we can just leave. We can't play their silly target minigame, but you know what? That's fine. Yeah, because this is where the switch over to go the correct direction would have been. And there's our goal right over there. I wish I could just keep... Oh no, this is where we were trying to jump from before, though. No, this can't be right, then. Because this spits me out down there. Unless... I kind of hate this level design. I'll just be honest at this point. I kind of hate this level design. Yes, Stream Deck, you have an update. You know what I don't care about? That right now. Piss off. Let's see if there's just another way we can get there. Let's stop fucking with this stupid minecart nonsense and see if we can just walk there or somehow, some way. So I feel like based on the gulf we have here... Can I just, like, have a second to navigate, please? Like, the second I stop to think about anything, I either get bit by a snake, spat on, a rock thrown at me. Just not even a goddamn moment to think. Because our goal is on the other side there. It is presumably that gate all the way up there. Now, if I could just get onto the other side, we could actually climb up. Almost certainly. Because I see enough ledges and such to climb up. It's just getting to the other side that's been proving a problem. And this cave, of course, is just where we got shade. There's no, like, pathway in here. Which is why that one minecart track was necessary, though, is so that we could have ended up over here where shade was, presumably. And I'm pretty sure this is how we got up here. So that doesn't help. Like, this level is designed in an unnecessarily convoluted way that just makes everything take significantly longer. But I think they are going to force the minecart because I don't see a way to get across. Because, like, the most accessible part would be that ledge there. The one I was just looking at with all the boxes stacked on it. And unless I can make the jump from here, if I can even get to that ledge that I'm looking at now, which that's tenuous at best, because it loves to deny me random platforms. And, you know, God forbid I be allowed to make any kind of platforming movements at all, because they just have perfect accuracy when I'm trying to platform, but they just can't hit me when I'm trying to fight them worth their lives. It's very upsetting. Okay. Is that tower... Is that the tower that I was looking... No, this is the tower I was looking at. And that was the entire key to this whole stupid thing, is apparently there was a lock on that tower that I was supposed to know about, which you can only see from one side of it. Okay. Fair enough, I suppose. With an emphasis on the I suppose. me through. We are leaving. I don't care about any other aspects of this stage. Get me the hell out of this stupid nonsense. Didn't even give me a way to fight the dragon in any interesting way or anything. This stage was a waste of my time. Blech. As upset as I probably sound, I'm not genuinely that upset. I'm just very, more than anything, I would say disappointed in that stage design is probably the correct answer. Because that could have been very interesting, and it just wasn't. It just did not hit that mark in any way, shape, or form. Now that's one time I actually needed the full heal, and our rating for this stage is going to be god-awful, almost certainly. It's like there's two very easy things that could have been in there to make that stage way better. The obvious first starting one is your camera not being so restrictive and constantly fighting you, so you can actually navigate the stage. You can actually, you know, tell what's going on instead of, oh hey, I can see like about a foot around me at any given time. The arrow clearly wants me to go that way. But going that way from this position doesn't look great. Unless we're meant to go down here and then go down and around, which is possible. And enemies are spawning, so maybe this is the way that they actually want me to go down.
I'm sure we can find a way to climb up.
Ow, 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 ow. The hesitation there was because I still had Salamander selected, and I realized I was facing off against a bunch of fire enemies, which Salamander was not going to work against. But unfortunately, none of this is fast to interact with or use, so you end up losing out in an engagement like that. But thankfully, we found the way to progress much quicker than expected. So what is this? Set from Sparkly. Oh, right, there was still one left. Whatever, whichever one you are. I don't remember which one you are.
Say, would you like me to help you?
I mean, you may as well.
When I shine my moonbeams on a creature, it goes lunatic and winds up utterly moonstruck.
Oh, you're the moon. Okay. I think that one's genuinely just called Luna. I don't remember that one. I feel like this is one that either doesn't come up that often or I never really used in any of the mana games. I genuinely recognize the icon. Yep, it is Luna. Okay. I recognize the icon, but I didn't really recognize anything else about that. I guess I'm going this way. Hi. Except this is a dead end. Oh, don't push me off this ledge or so help me.
Maybe there's some place we can climb up.
I think I went backwards, in case anybody's wondering. Because I keep ending up going backwards in this game because so much of the level design looks the same. Like, there's ways they could have varied up some of this layout here, and they just didn't. Like, I'm not asking for, like, a big splash of yellow paint saying, hey, go that way. I'm just asking for, like, just even subtle variations in how this place is made, so you can tell that you at least didn't walk back to the exact same spot you were a minute ago. That's all I really want. And maybe I'm just off-kilter enough today that I'm missing said subtle variations, but it really doesn't seem like anything stands out as different around here. Of course, you know, that brings us back to the original point of, like, well, if I could see it at all, that would help. Yeah, now we've officially gone in another circle. Does this map help at all here? Nope. That sure is a map. It's there, I guess. You know what that tells me? Everything I already knew. That this is a cave, and there's no obvious direction necessarily that exits it, other than theoretically the path forward and left of us, which isn't actually a path, I'm pretty sure, would lead out. Because I'm pretty sure that's where one of the cliffs we were just looking at were. But, you know, jumping into the void, that's technically a way out, but that's not really the way out we need or want here. But the game's also pointing me into the void here, so nope, but I can't go that way. It literally won't even let me accept the call of the void and jump off into the darkness. So it's just a case of the directional arrow is useless. So I guess we have to go back up to where I was. Did I just jump off the wrong way in here or something? What the? Okay. Just got invisible walled off that ledge, but you know, I guess that's fine. Yeah, there's only... Wait, is there only one door out of here? Yeah, they just made the geometry in here real goofy looking, so... It just looks like there's more than one way out of here. Unless there's a way out up here. Yeah, because this is where I went right after getting Luna. But there's nothing else up here. Because this is just back out the way we came in, right? No. How did... So I'm gonna guess that the ledge I needed was in between the top and the bottom. And it just... doesn't matter. I really did not see much of anything indicating that there was going to be a ledge in between. And yes, I could have just used the first-person view to look around for such a thing, but I really shouldn't have to do that in order to do basic navigation in a 3D game. Especially not one that came out within the PS2 era, even though that does happen quite a bit in this era. Because people just don't know how to design a camera that has a higher function than seeing what's at your own feet. Fuck's sake. And you know, let's just surround every platform with invisible walls that make landing on them a needless nuisance. That's good game design, right? Like, there's so much good movement and such that could be happening in this game if I could ever see where I was going. Like, just incredible potential, marred by some very questionable parts. Yeah, it's like you took a car, assembled it from the highest quality parts, but you put in, like, the cheapest, most garbage steering wheel you could find, and then you wonder why everything sucks. It's almost like the most important component was left behind, and then you wonder why it doesn't work. Am I supposed to go over there? Oh, there's shade tokens there. Not that I ended up there because your momentum doesn't exist in this game. Which I would be able to tell my forward momentum in the air better if I could actually have some context of where anything is, rather than the camera being right on Keldrick's tail constantly. And I don't want to sit here and just complain, but honestly, this is what the experience is for this game at this point, it seems. And these are things that may not necessarily be apparent looking at it, so I have to vocalize this so you all understand what's happening here and why it seems like I'm taking 3 years to make any progress on even a basic bit of platforming. Some of that's for my own sanity, if nothing else, just so it's a proof of, like, yes, I'm not just a complete moron. Even if the game makes it look that way half the time. Can I go this way? No, it very actively repels me from going that way. Like, I'm all for non-linear level design, but this doesn't handle it particularly well either. So you're telling me there was no ledge there, even though it very clearly was signposting that there was ledge there, and how else did we even walk up there in the first place if there was no ground there? See, now I'm getting annoyed. Because this has officially reached the point where it's wasting the player's time. Like, this has hit the point of, this is disrespect to the player of not even an entertaining kind. This is literally just a waste. And God forbid I be allowed to even jump at all, because they, once again, gain immense accuracy the second you leave the ground. It's like, I know, the player needs to platform. Let's punish that every chance we get, rather than letting them actually get anything done. Let's make everything take 3 times as long as it needs to, just because we can. As if the way this game platforms isn't punishment enough. Now, I had originally intended to finish this game, and it was gonna take 12 hours, give or take. I'm just gonna say this right now. Today's the only day we're playing this game. This game is getting left to rot after today. Because I feel like, with how this is turning, we have done our due diligence in learning about this one. So we fell all those times just for something that has a handful of spirits on it, and it's not even remotely relevant otherwise. Oh, and good luck jumping back, too, apparently. Great. Great. Remember what I was just saying about level design and not having any respect for the player's time? Yeah, just think about that sentence for a moment, and I think everything will become very clear after that. Because it also doesn't help that this is the direct follow-up to that entire stupid minecart section. Which someone somewhere out there at Square thought was a good idea. And I'm currently wondering if that person still has a job. Which at this point in time, they probably don't, because it's been... If this was a 2007 game, it's been nearly 18 years. So they've probably either moved on or etc. in some variety. But now we're back where we were just looking off this cliff before again. And they can't even have given me a particularly useful map to use to find our way through this. And the minimap's just a dark void of random dots, which doesn't help anything. If the entire point is climbing up, then maybe we should just climb these instead of following the regular path. Though this just leads back to here, which... Oh, also, look at how I'm getting thrown off of this area here. Notice how I got just pushed off that ledge randomly. And like... Yeah, because this is where we came in. So where is this other... Okay, the other tunnel isn't at any height. It just is around multiple corners, which blend in. Once again, A+ level design, guys. Way to obfuscate your entire path. Because that's clearly a good idea. Like, into every life a little salt must flow, but I feel like I'm getting past the rational level for that. And I don't want that to be how this is, but just unfortunately I'm running out of any other response to what we're dealing with here. Okay, so this must be the path then. The path I tried to take and immediately got shot down before. Oh good, I'm forced to ride the current now. This is gonna end well. Okay, it didn't just chuck me off a cliff. You know what? I'll have to actually say thank you for that one. But I feel like if I go the direction I was just looking, we would... Oh no, we have to go that way because this way doesn't go anywhere. Or does it? Okay, where am I now? Do I go back up? Do I jump down further? Oh, this is the room we were just in, actually. Good. Good. Then, wait, no, it can't be because this is, yeah, this is a different room. really feel like, well, there's multiple things I feel here, but I feel like the best summation I have for how I feel about the level design as a whole is every single one of these chapters outstays their welcome. Like the minecart area in this one, I feel like should have been separated into two different sections completely, rather than it just being a continuation of the same chapter, for example. Or at the very least, have it be a fully separate thing, even if they're part of the same chapter, because story-wise, it makes sense for it to be part of the same chapter. But just like, I feel like all of this is just taking entirely too long. And maybe that's just my patience today, like I mentioned before, speaking up in a negative way. But I don't know. It just does not feel right. And don't get me wrong, we spent more time in the minecart stage than I think was intended. Not that that was necessarily avoidable due to the nature of how things played out there. Ah, this is what I was trying to get to the entire time, huh? Oh, and I need a key. I need a key for this giant pile of crystal for some reason. Okay. Where the fuck was the key? Did some random enemy have it that we had no indication that an enemy had it? Or am I supposed to shoot this? Nope. 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 Fucking kidding me. Is one thing the game usually has been good about is indicating when a key is needed or anything like that by virtue of an enemy dropping the key you need somewhere in the vicinity of where you need the key. So unless this guy has the key, we must have missed it somewhere. He happens to have the key. Okay. Which that's an issue in and of itself, having just a random enemy that had zero indication that it had a key have a key that's necessary for progress. But obviously they did not intend for you to be bypassing enemy groups, and that's understandable. But again, they did this to themselves with the way they designed these levels. Especially when you have to end up going back through multiple respawned groups of enemies, you're not gonna sit here and kill every enemy anymore. Your player is going to get discouraged from continuing to loop that behavior after a point. I'm currently trying to decide if I want to try to finish this chapter off or if I just want to call it good here. And I think I'm going to stubborn on and at least see if we can finish this chapter, because it should be over soon based on the way they've structured these. This should be, if not the last save point of this chapter, nearly the last save point of this chapter. So that hopefully we'll at least see the third boss and see if that's any good. Because the crab boss was fine.
Kelby, how did you get to this island?
The tree was interesting.
I'm not exactly sure myself. I was told I was spirited away here when I was little.
Interesting.
Spirited? Well, it wasn't me, you know.
No, I doubt that.
Well, yeah, you weren't born yet, Faye, so it'd be kind of complicated. Well, then again, we don't know if Faye was not born yet, but this has Boss
There's
Arena written on it.
And I worked so hard to get here quickly. Well, I hope Ritzia is doing okay.
Hey! Guardian Beast! Come on out! Hello? Hello? Hello?
Let's rest a while. Then we can look some more.
Either the dragon and its rider is going to catch up to us, or there's going to be an issue here of some kind. Or the guardian beast is the rocks, which also makes sense. Oh, hey, it's this guy. I remember you, the big egg mountain face.
I am Gaia, the face of Earth.
Oh, that's right. Your spirit's Dryad, yeah.
Wait, you know who we
You're
are?
Gaia.
Yes, I know you and your little friend there. I am also aware that a Thanatos spirit has filled poor Triant.
Could you please explain to me what the Thanatos are?
There we go, we'll get another plot dump.
Born of the echoes that slumber deep below the great tree. Unhindered, they would flood the world with darkness. But if light pierces them through prayer, the great tree will herald a new age.
Sounds like you're getting a new age either way.
Bring humans and spirits together. But there will come a day when you make the choice to follow your heart.
But what about the Guardian Beast? I thought it was supposed to protect us.
Yes, the Guardian Beast. A millennium ago, the injured Guardian Beast, Flammy, came to me for shelter.
Does that mean the beast is still here?
Kelby! Behind you!
Yep, figured the dragon was gonna catch up. Oh, no time for plot, fighting time. Okay, so he's gonna knock the dragon down, the wyvern rather, down from time to time, I guess, and we'll be able to fight that way. We've also got platforms via Gaia's hands we can use. Okay, this is an interesting setup at the very least.
There are too many of them.
There was one. Oh god. The burning, the burning, the burning. Unfortunately, that thing's kind of hard to keep track of with the way the camera keeps fighting me. Another red dot around here. Yeah, there's another dude. Ah, yes, let's lock onto the dude rather than the wyvern flying around. Okay, I can hurt it. It's just with regular shots and such. Well, not necessarily regular shots, but you get the point. How am I supposed to stun this thing?
You won't outlast me.
Like, that's the key, as usual, is stunning it so that we can hit it. But the first time it got stunned, it got hit by Gaia. And unless the whole point is we have to wait for it to fly around to a spot where Gaia can attack it, that's not really very effective. Like, the intent seems to be to use Gaia as a platform at the very least, But this thing's moving around enough that you can't really get a good shot like that at it. And like, maybe I just need to understand how to use the whip better than I do. Okay, that time I hit it square in the face with a rock and it just didn't care. So now I've got some rather significant questions from that as to what the hell the point here is. And you know, just standing next to those rocks is enough to get me bounced around, so I can't even use those to get up there, because he started making them wobble. Oh, you know, this thing can just shoot anywhere in the arena too, so God forbid I be able to get rid of these guys. Is it though? Yeah, see, it hit Gaia's hand and it still didn't matter. I wish I had seen what had happened at the very beginning of this fight a little clearer. But unfortunately, it happened in among a clusterfuck of things, so I didn't really see that well what exactly had caused the blast that had knocked the wyvern down. Ah yes, let's just forget about being locked onto the thing too. Yep, that didn't do any damage, really. There we go, Undyne works. Real shame that I have very little Undyne left, but at the very least it's something. I have to save my magic to heal myself because of the way this fight's been going, so... We might have to kill this the slow way here, because just... Oh god, Gaia, what are you doing? Like, I feel like that should have worked, but it didn't. And somehow I'm just not making contact jumping at it either. Oh good, that just hits even over there, huh? Great. Love that for me. No, I'm not. Can't lift that rock up to hit him, can't do anything. When in doubt, brute force.
There are too many of them.
It really aren't. And all he gave was coins. I couldn't even get mana from him. Great. Like, I can see part of the intention. Part of the intention, like I said, is using the hands to move around. Possibly to throw a rock high enough at this thing or something. But, like, hit him square in the face with that one and just didn't care. So it makes me wonder if that's actually what the point is. Or if it's only specifically the round rocks or something. Because the guy is also trying his best to help. That much is clear. But unfortunately, Gaia's best really isn't enough in this situation at the moment. Okay, at the very least I was able to block that attack this way. Oh, in case you didn't know, by the way, Keldric always jumps just a tiny bit forward, which is annoying. And I'm gonna get shot off of here now, aren't I? No, actually I didn't. And good luck fucking aiming any of that, so, you know. Because you can't be looking where you're aiming, because why would you ever be allowed to have nice things?
Giving up. Not after all this!
I'm glad you sound so confident, Keldric. I sure fucking don't anymore. God forbid I have accurate control over any of what I'm using here. Yeah, see, the quake from that rock theoretically should have been the thing that knocks him down. But it made contact and didn't do anything. So I don't understand what I'm supposed to be doing here. The save isn't that far away. I'm willing to try that one more time. Mostly because I think it'll end very differently if I actually get to see how it got knocked out of the air the first time. But unfortunately, I really just don't know if I'm actually going to get a good view of that the second time either. Just because, like I said, there's a lot of objects just kind of strewn around this arena that either need a very specific set of circumstances for them to work, or just don't do anything. Considering we tried throwing them at him and nothing happened.
How did you get to this island?
I'm not exactly sure myself. I was told I was spirited away here when I was little.
Spirited? Well, it wasn't me, you know.
No, I doubt that.
Let's get up here, trigger the cutscene.
There's nobody around. And I worked so hard to get here quickly. Well, I hope Ritzia is doing okay.
We certainly didn't get here quickly either.
Come on out! Hello? Hello?
Really would be nice if this wasn't a whole long, drawn-out thing.
Then we can look some more.
Before a cutscene even triggers. Like, that is a point where, you know, a checkpoint would be a good idea. That way people don't have to sit through all that again. Also, fun fact, I can't skip this, apparently. So I'm pressing the button that would have skipped things. You have to wait till it gets past a certain amount of the ground rumbling before it'll let you skip it. And even then, that's a multi-part cutscene for some reason. Alright, Sophie, you have a good one. I'm not gonna be lasting much longer myself, so it'll be what it'll be. But glad you could make it for the time you did. Yeah, it seems like... Wait, why does Gaia's hand have a health bar?
There are too many of them.
What? Weird. You know what? I'll take passing fire onto that. Like, the only thing that punch proved is that it is a shockwave that's supposed to stop the wyvern long enough for us to attack it. The problem is, all of our sources of a shockwave like that seem to not be very effective. I clearly needed to have gotten to this fight with more than just 2 Undyne on hand for this not to be a complete ball ache. Flaming Saber. Frozen Saber. When did we get these? These must be from the magic levels we gained. Okay, so I have ice on my sword. Can I use that to knock him down? The answer is maybe, if it wasn't flying so goddamn high the second I tried to do that. And of course the jump momentum in this game is dog shit. What I had intended to do was use Undyne to knock it down and then go at it with full tilt, which is probably what I'm still going to do now. As soon as I can get eyes on the damn thing again. But it's flying as high as it can and being a pain. Hey there, Candy Paws, how you doing? Welcome to me being annoyed at questionable game design. But hopefully you're having a good time today. Ow. Yes, let's lock onto the random little enemy that's useless. Yep, instant counter again. And we're just gonna die because I didn't have any mana left for healing. Because I was trying to find a way to actually kill this thing sometime this century. Okay. So that's unfortunate because none of the rest of the ammo we have is of any use against this thing. The gimmick is clearly to cause a shockwave to knock it down, but we can't actually get a good enough shockwave to happen. Because, like, even if I throw the rock directly at it, and we saw it take damage from the impact, it doesn't care. It just doesn't matter. Genuinely, I feel like I learned less seeing how that played than I did just assuming things. So I have a choice to make right now. Either we throw this out a window, or I take a look at a guide and see if I'm going too far awry. And I think I'm willing to at least take a look at a guide and see if I at least understood the assignment here. So give me a second. So I feel like I do understand what it wants from me, and that's actually the problem. Actually, yeah, there's just a boss guide there that'll be quicker to get to the answer. Oh, good. Good. You want to know why I'm saying that? The guide is saying just to use Undyne, which we don't have enough of. We only have 2, and 2 is not enough. Okay, let's see if any of the other guides actually say what the actual strategy is instead of just spam Undyne until monster dead. Nope, none of the guides mention anything other than just spam Undyne at it. So, yeah. The entire gimmick for the stage is ignored, and you're just meant to not use the stage gimmick at all. Love that. That's great game design if everybody's just gonna immediately be like, no, the mechanic for the stage sucks, just don't do that. Just a great sign. Such a great sign. Now they're saying use power up instead of full tilt. And they're saying to use Frost Saber. We tried Frost Saber, we didn't really see a significant change in how much damage the boss was taking, so I don't know what they're on about with that. We could try power up if I really care that much, but I don't. So it's unfortunate timing, but I think I am gonna call it here, because all I'm gonna do is get more aggravated with this, and that's not gonna be a good look for anybody. Which it's unfortunate, because this did have good potential. Absolutely, and thank you for being here, Callista. I can only apologize for where my mentality went some of the time for this, but that's just how it is sometimes. I would have rathered stay in a good mood the entire time, but that just doesn't work out that way all the time. Especially when you're dealing with things of variable quality. I'm just quickly making a decision as to where we're going. Ordinarily, I would sit here and waffle about this, but I'm gonna try to, like, push this through instead of dithering about with it for a while. Now, the funny thing is, the game I initially had earmarked for today, which I'll go ahead and just say what it was. It was going to be the Freedom Wars remaster that was coming out today. Ironically enough, it actually released while we were doing this. Because of course, that's how that was going to play out. And obviously, I wasn't going to be able to buy it, download it, and get everything set up while we were going. That just wasn't going to happen. Yeah, expect to see that come up at some point. I don't know if it'll be immediately, but it's on the planned list of things I'm doing. As to what I'm doing tomorrow, I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to do tomorrow yet. Saturday, I still am waiting for answers completely from the rest of the crew as to whether it'll be 7 Days to Die or not. If it is, we do have a Horde Night coming up, so that is going to be a whole thing. And I don't know if that's going to be the last Horde Night of the series. I feel like we're going to go long enough that there probably will be one more at a minimum. Especially with the delays there have been on that one, but I would not guarantee anything one way or the other there. This is totally me not stalling at all. Nope, not stalling. While I'm looking at my list, nope, that's not why this is being phrased the way it is at all. No. No, the fact that anyone would think that this is stalling is crazy. It's totally me stalling as much as I can while I look at this list. And very much scratch my head. And once again find myself wondering where some of these people came from, because I don't recognize some of these names. But I think these are ones that I ended up inheriting from other people. Like, yeah, I know this person's good. And then I have no connecting point in my mind there to remember who they are. No, once again, we are at the end of what they're doing, so that's not going to end up being when we go to... Like, I'm assuming she's probably tired at this point. I did tell myself I was going to raid her at least once during her subathon. And if she's already at day 12, then she's probably... Oh, Who knows how much longer she'll be getting, really. Oh, we have rated her this now. Not what I'm doing it anyway. Because Lucia's good people. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. Like I said, probably not going to be playing this any further, so if you want to see the rest of Dawn of Mana, you will either need to play it for yourself or find someone who this game meshes with better. We already talked about the fact that I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing tomorrow, and Saturday will either be 7 days or I will pull an improvised backup out of my back pocket. Monday we should theoretically be back on track for the Monster Hunter Freedom Unite collab with Pazzy and Vale. Tuesday's a question mark, and then the rest of the week we will figure out as we get closer to it. I will say, I do have intentions of getting at least one person in for Freedom Wars. It just depends on when schedules align and everything works out in that vein. Yeah. But I'm gonna stop rambling here because we're about to run out of time. Be good to Lucia, she's good people, and I will see some of you hopefully tomorrow. Good night, everybody.